City of Adelaide Council meeting on Tuesday the 8th of March 2022. The Deputy Lord Mayor is in the chair. This council meeting will be streamed live and recorded for publishing to the internet. Please note that an audio and visual recording is being taken at this meeting. This means that your presence at and any contribution you make to the meeting may be collected, used, disclosed or published publicly by the council, including transferring outside Australia.
Council acknowledges that we are meeting on traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pays respect to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And we also extend that respect to other Aboriginal language groups and other First Nations who are present today. Council acknowledges the vision of Colonel William Wright in determining the site for Adelaide and a design of the city with its 6 squares and surrounding belt of continuous parklands, which is recognised on the National Heritage List as one of the greatest examples of Adelaide's planning heritage.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon the works of the City of Adelaide. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of this city. Amen.
Can all present and able please stand in silence in memory of those who gave their lives in defence of their country at sea, on land and in the air. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. Item number 5, apologies on leaves of absence. We have Councillor Hyde on leave and we also have an apology from the Lord Mayor. Confirmation of minutes. May I seek a mover and a seconder to move that the minutes of the meeting of Council held on 8th of February 2022 be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of proceedings. Councillor Mackie, seconded Councillor Knoll. Councillor Mackie, would you like to speak? Councillor Knoll, would you like to speak to this? Members, any discussion on this? That there is none. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Members, we have one deputation from Mark Gishan on public electric vehicles charging services in the City of Adelaide. First, our free incentive. Could you please come forward, Mr. Gishan? You have 5 minutes to speak and members, there will be no questions.
Thank you all.
Mr. Gishan, before you speak, there will be a warning bell at 4 minutes, so you have 1 minute to wrap up. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Thank you. I'm a resident in the southeast sector. I'm living in a locally heritage listed home from 1874 and it's been renovated in 2018. And it's been renovated in such a way that it's quite a very low cost, very, very comfortable premises. I'm a biochemical engineer by training. I've had an interest in sustainability for all of my life that I can remember. I'm also a management consultant in quality and environmental systems, and I also believe in living by what I advise. So that's been part of my driving thing. I've been working on energy efficiency in all the places I've lived ever since the 1990s, and only now have I been able to achieve net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2. Therefore making my contribution to Adelaide City as being a net zero city. It's not that hard. I've really just made the big switch, as Saul Griffith would put it, by electrifying everything, and also I produce 90% of the small amount of electricity that I use, and 10% of the rest that I import is renewable. It's all green, so I'm therefore 100% net zero. I've had an EV for only 12 months. I'm relatively new to it. I probably wouldn't have even known about the first hour free charging until I suddenly was in the position. One of the motivations or reasons to help me make that decision and that leap into an electric vehicle was the fact that the council had charging. There was obviously some confidence in it. I was very apprehensive about it. Will it get me to where I need to go? And for 12 months, not a problem. I certainly maintain everything. I was anxious a little bit about charging, but in fact, most of the charging I do is at home whilst the car's sitting idle in the driveway, and that's probably what most people will do, except when you need to go on trips. The first hour free was a really handy thing if I needed it. I was at the Central Market quite regularly, and I would then charge if I needed a top up, not always. And whilst I'm there, I'm going to spend some money. Of course, I always do that. I was just a bit surprised by the sudden unannounced removal, and therefore you all received an email from me explaining my position. And I'm very pleased to be able to talk to it today. Why do I think you should keep that? Because Adelaide has an aspiration for a carbon neutral city. 13% of the emissions come from private cars traversing the city. It's not the councils. We're talking about the people that travel through the city. It's the second highest source of emissions. It's something, importantly, it's something you can eliminate, and you can do it, and you can do it now. You don't have to wait for technology. EVs make financial sense if you look at it for a great many people at the moment. I have a second-hand one. It's tiny, but it does the job. It's not a brand new flashy one, you know. It's really small, but it's perfect for what I need. I think that if you want to reduce those emissions, you can do that quickly, and you can provide incentives. Having any incentive is going to make people trigger that switch like I did. It's going to help them do it. And if that's where we want to go as a city, then it's a good thing to do. I've done a few back-of-envelope calculations. Someone driving in, crosses Green Hill Road into the city of Adelaide to the market, sits there, does some shopping, quickly goes out. The emissions associated with that to offset those, if they did that once a week, every week, is not a huge amount, but it's about $1.57 or something a year. To actually pay for that electricity here would cost possibly more than that, but it's only if you were to do it to 30% of vehicles. Now, we're a long way from that from EVs. We're only at about 2%, so you need to think about that. The cost of offsetting, if you want to be carbon neutral, is going to be much greater than what you would do by providing the incentives, in my view. A couple of suggestions. There are many things that I know that the council staff are working on, including options for extended free parking, possibilities of priority parking on streets for EVs. You could possibly limit the charging rate to avoid people rorting the system, and you could possibly phase it out according to the percentage of EVs that are in place. As I mentioned, a break-even point's around about 30%. I think you could make Adelaide an exemplar in local small-scale solutions for carbon neutrality, as other cities like Yackandandah have done. Thank you.
Right on the clock. Thank you. Thanks for addressing us.
Thank you.
Members, item 8.1, we have a petition. Am I able to have a move that we receive this petition, please? Councillor Knoll, do we have a seconder? Councillor Martin? Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak? Councillor Martin?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Martin?
Yeah, look, I wanted to ask when the administration will bring this matter to council.
CEO?
Thank you, through the presiding member. We're hoping to provide council members with a briefing next week, and then that will come through to the subsequent council meeting in April for decision.
And that'll come through to April's meeting, is that what I'm to understand?
That's right, yes.
May I speak for a moment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Look, this is one of the bigger petitions we've seen at this council. It is disappointing, I know, for some of the petitioners that we're not going to be discussing this matter at this meeting. And for some of them, there is a concern that their pain in this matter, and they do feel pain, is being worsened to some extent by council's failure to consider this. And I would ask the administration, urge the administration to consider whether or not this matter might be brought forward with some special meeting immediately before committee sometime in the next month, bearing in mind that an extended wait for many people who are, some of whom anyway, are considering leaving their homes because of what they believe may happen. This is just a period of torture that we can assist with by considering this early.
Yes, CEO.
Thank you, through the presiding member. Absolutely, Councillor Martin. We're acutely aware of the community sentiment in relation to this item. If we can certainly look to follow the briefing with a special council meeting if possible, but it may take a couple of days just to refine the content from the briefing into a report that is suitable for the public consumption.
Thank you, CEO. Members, any other discussion on this item? Be it that there's none, can we take this to a vote? All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor, may I move a procedural motion in accordance with Section 86 of the Local Government Act?
What sort of procedural motion?
My procedural motion is that we alter the order of the agenda in the following way: that the first matter to be considered is item 15, followed by 16, 17, 18, then the current 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, and the confidential item is last.
And confidential items last?
Correct.
Just stay with me for 1 second, Councillor Martin. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Did you have a second for that one? Councillor Mackie, thank you. Councillor Martin, did you wish to speak to this, or
yes, certainly.
Why you're
certainly, Deputy Lord Mayor. Look, I am proposing this because there are a number of matters in the agenda for tonight's meeting, some of which are within the motions on notice section of the agenda, which have broad community interest and concern, and I'm referring particularly to what is in the published agenda, 17.1 to 17.16, we ought to do the right thing by our stakeholders and allow them to see these proceedings, to watch them via YouTube. And additionally, the matters that follow in the order that I've proposed are important, but in some instances much less important than these matters. And I would ask members to simply endorse this change. It doesn't make any great difference to what we discuss, simply the order in which we discuss things.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Mackie, did you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Members, any other discussion on this? Councillor Kira.
I speak against this motion. I think quite plainly...
Excuse me, point of order, this is a procedural motion. And,
yes.
We don't usually...
No, this is fine. Councillor Martin did have a chance to speak. Councillor Mackie reserved his right. I'm asking whether if other members want to speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I think that there is no difference between substantively the motions we had this evening and the order of these motions, than has been the case with any previous meeting. In fact, any of the previous protocol of motions that have come before the Chamber. There's a reason motions do come to the Chamber in a certain order. There's a reason items on the agenda come in a certain order. I think what I would do is caution councillors in taking part in this sort of activity, which I believe is designed to take advantage of the fluctuating nature of the number of members present at the meeting. I would caution councillors that to take advantage of that or to do that, to encourage that, it's just going to encourage more of that sort of stuff down the track. I think it is unnecessary, and I think that it's, I think we're wasting our time with this sort of stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kira. Okay, members, let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Division.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin.
Councillors, members, please. Members, please. Okay, thank you, members. We have item 15. Can I seek leave of the meeting to take the questions on notice and the replies as read? Yes, show of hands, please, members. Thank you. Item 16. Members, are there any questions without notice? Councillor Martin.
Yes, a follow-up to the answer the administration has provided to 15.3 regarding the change of use to the 88 O'Connell Street site, which includes the conversion of what was to be, in the guiding principle set by council for the development, a retail area, has now been converted, the administration says, to consulting rooms, that is offices, without the street activation sought by the guiding principles. Was that not covered in the contract between C and G and the City of Adelaide, that any change, such as the conversion of ground floor retail activation stipulated in the guiding principles, amounted to a substantial change in the plan approved by council?
CEO.
Thank you for that supplementary follow-up question. As the admin comment says, it's not different from what's in the land facilitation agreement.
So am I to assume from that if the developer chooses to convert the remainder to office space so that there is no retail activity, that would be consistent with the contract that the City of Adelaide has agreed with C&G? CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. This has come up before where I don't have the LFA with me. My apologies, it is a large, complex legal document. The administration comment is quite clear in relation to what was asked originally. In relation to the retail activation, I'm happy to take that on notice and follow up with members afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO.
I have one further question without notice.
Yes, Councillor Martin.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yes.
Could the administration advise if it is aware of the potential after the state election on Saturday week for an incoming government to place the City of Adelaide into administration, and if so, what preparations has it made?
CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. I'm not aware of that happening, but I will be ready, I'm sure, to respond.
So I understand that's an unequivocal statement that the administration is not aware of any incoming government potentially putting the City of Adelaide.
Do you want to share any more details on that? Is this a suggestion that you've heard from somewhere?
I'm seeking information, and I'm confirming I have received.
You've been provided with an answer, so
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're off to item 17.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Councillor Snape? Sorry?
I have a question about notice.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. In regards to our carbon neutral Adelaide targets, are vehicle emissions considered in our metrics? And if not, why not?
Ilya?
Thank you, Member, for the question. Yes, those emissions do form part of the calculations on which we base the reduction of our targets.
Thank you, Ilya. Okay, members, we are moving to item 17, motions on notice. And given that we have there was an operational error in the order of the motions on notice, I'll go through them in the correct order rather than as they are published. And what I will do is item 17.14, given that was a motion brought in by me, I will withdraw that one. So we'll go on to item 17.1, Edmond Wright Building, Councillor Moran.
I move the motion that requests the administration to engage with the owners of Edmond Wright House to understand the future plans and use for the property and explore potential opportunities to encourage early upgrade of the building, including heritage incentives, leasing or buying options.
Do you have a second? Councillor Mackie?
I think it's a shame to see that lovely old building that Don Dunstan saved all those years ago. It was put to good use for many a year after that. It was a bank. Many people got married there. It was a birth-death centre. It's been sitting there rotting for quite some time now. The government had purchased it, but then sold it off to a private buyer who shows no sign of opening the building for any use at all. So I think we should have a discussion. I'm not saying that we necessarily buy it or lease it. I'm just saying that everything be on the table, and we make those communications to see if we can get something moving there. Thank you.
Councillor Mackie?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Members? Councillor Kouros?
I just have a question. Have we had any conversations with the owner of the building in regards to what they'll be doing there?
CEO?
Thank you, through the Chair. I think the administration comment does say that we have been in touch already with the owner.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Councillor Martin?
Look, I'd like to speak in support of this motion, if I may, Deputy Lord Mayor. The Edmond Wright House is one of the most attractive buildings on the boulevard of King William Street. It is an essential piece of the landscape, and more so because of the building activity that's occurred over the road, where a building, though not heritage listed, was recently demolished and a heritage listed facade preserved. But the building itself does present as an opportunity, and I know it's not mentioned within Councillor Moran's motion, but it has been proposed on many occasions that this would be a perfect location for a station for the City of Adelaide to welcome visitors. That is a visitors bureau. These kinds of uses for a building such as that are possible. It is well within the capacity of the City of Adelaide to conduct a negotiation with the owner of that building to ascertain any interest there may be in allowing us to occupy the ground area. It would solve a particular problem we have with never being able to find a satisfactory visitor centre. We've gone from little boxes on Rundle Mall to offices hidden away in laneways, most of which have puzzled tourists as being minorly representations of what could be a sales point for the City of Adelaide. A location such as Edmond Wright House, which is, I think, the substance of what Councillor Moran is getting at, is something that should be showcasing the best of Adelaide. And what better place there would be, I can't imagine. Edmond Wright House would provide that opportunity. And now that we are, and we're discussing it another part of the agenda tonight, talking about software systems to enable a visitor centre to actively engage with visitors, I think this is a perfect opportunity. And I would be grateful if the administration, without the formalised motion, took up that discussion and considered a location such as this for the future of our efforts to sell the City of Adelaide.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Members, Councillor Kouros, did you have another question?
I do have another question, but I think we're going to do it.
Well, that's fine. Councillor Kouros, I saw your hand first, so I'll get you to go first.
I'm sorry, I've got a bit of a migraine today, but just want to double check. The motion up there says early upgrade of the building, but the motion in our papers is including heritage and sectors leasing and or buying options. Am I reading?
Just give me 1 second, Councillor Kouros. I'll just clarify this. Thanks, Jenny.
Sorry, members. Apologies. We're trialling a new system, and looks like we've forgotten to add on those last few words that was an earlier iteration. Councillor Moran, this is what's before the meeting. Would you like to vary, to add in the additional words, or this is what's before the meeting? So I guess that's the option. With the permission of the mover and seconder, you may vary. That's what's been there. So we can add in those words. That's it.
Wrote the motion, I would have thought they would have got it correctly on the screen.
Oops.
Okay, thank you, members. So now we have corrected that motion. Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Councillor Kera?
Well, thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Including lease heritage incentives, leasing. Okay, there I was ready to speak in favour of the motion, as it was previously printed. What I will say about that motion, or about the motion in general, at least up to that point, was that the building is, it is an important, iconic, neoclassical structure there, and one of the problems with it as it stands is that the facade is tired in that it needs to be, it needs conservation works, it probably needs a coat of paint. It could really do with looking a lot better than it is, particularly given the sheer quality of the architecture and the mouldings, etc., on that building. It is very iconic. My only issue is with consideration of purchasing the building, even for a visitor centre. The problem with that is, particularly this time, but even in general, that will be seen by ratepayers as really quite profligate, given that we have Town Hall just a few steps up the road. Where we could do similar. We've got all the Town Hall, we're going buying this quite lavish structure. Our ratepayers will think that is just profligate. So it should be made clear that what we're doing here is we're exploring all the potential. I think it's a good idea to speak to the owner and to say to them, hey, look, what about upgrading and doing up the facade prior to getting a tenant? No harm done in the council speaking to the owner and doing that. Buying options, I'll try to run past the mover whether the mover would consider varying the motion to just remove the buying option and have everything else there. But if she doesn't want to do that, then we'll just go forward with it.
Thank you. Councillor Moran?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I want everything on the table. I'm not saying buy it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, the move of the motion is not saying buy it necessarily. I think that we can support this motion because, on balance, there'll be net good done in actually the council saying something to the owners and offering support to the owners in doing the place up, etc. And of course, we'll find out the eye-watering cost of that building in terms of the market price. We would make that decision down the track. So this is in no way suggesting that we're purchasing the property, whichever way the vote goes.
Thank you. Councillor Mackie?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. I seconded, and in seconding Councillor Moran's motion, I just want to bring to everybody's attention, this building is one of the most historically significant buildings in Adelaide. It was the subject of a rescue job in the 70s to prevent it being demolished and turned into a 70s modernist brutalist alternative construction. It was completed in 1878. It was the headquarters of the Bank of South Australia. It's deeply historically significant, and I don't believe there is anything in Councillor Moran's motion that locks us into anything other than a full engagement with the building owner and some more information regarding their future intentions and time frame and the potential for Heritage Incentive Scheme access. This building sat empty for too many years. It is a wonderful building, as Councillor Moran said, was for a number of years the Bureau of births, deaths and marriages. I saw my mother and stepfather marry there. I got my first birth certificate there. It's important to many hundreds of thousands of people for whom it's been a part of rituals of family life. And I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Kouros.
Thank you. Do we call you Acting Lord Mayor? Do we call you Deputy Lord Mayor? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. In my question to administration, I guess all we know is that they're seeking a tenant. So we don't know anything further than that. So I have no problems in engaging with the owners to find out what their intention is of the property. As rightly we all say, it is a very significant building to our city, and it will be, a shame that we don't get, that it doesn't get any further enhanced or done up into its former glory. I'm not really wanting to buy it, but we're only talking about options here. We're not actually making a decision, but I'm happy to engage with the owners, talk about the future plans, talk about what schemes we can support them into the building, and maybe some leasing options. But as Councillor Carey did point out, we have got the town hall, but there's no harm in having a discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Couros. Members, Councillor Cronulla.
I mean, I too don't have an issue with us having a conversation, obviously, with the owner. I mean, for me, having commercial options is far more valuable, and that has a long life, an ongoing life, and a value for the city. I just see it difficult once we start putting options on the table, which is what we're doing, where we may be leaving the door open for the owner to potentially look at us as an only solution, and all of a sudden, all the efforts we've been going to as a city. I mean, we have got many assets that are community assets, and 3/4 of our assets are not ones that you can say for commercial activity. And here we are trying to be sustainable and also afford opportunity for our council to move and become less reliant on rates and things like that. And we're starting to look at things like that, which could be again another significant asset that won't deliver things on behalf of the city until we've actually gone with every opportunity to see how this can be saved and used, because it is also of state heritage value. So here we are as a council with very limited options, where it could be something more substance that a state government would support, and still keep it as an active functioning building that has value and has its own commercial value. And I think we just need to be very careful, because otherwise we start creating an anchor for ourselves, and all the efforts we're going to be a nimble and forward-thinking council could be, with things like this, start to undo, and then we become again a grave difficulty with finance.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, any other discussion on this item? If there is none, we'll go back to Councillor Moran to sum up.
Just very briefly, to answer Franz's comments, it is not really suitable for commercial use. It is a state, fully heritage listed property, a beautiful property. It is suitable for public purpose, and that's what it's always been. So I think if we hark down the commercial route, just to explain the buying option, that doesn't lock us into us being the buyer. There are buying options. That's what an option is. We could approach the state government to buy it back. They should have never sold it in the first place. So I wouldn't be too afraid of that. But according to this council, we are in a fine financial position, and it's only 6.2 million. I mean, that's just nothing compared to what we've spent on other things. However, that buying option and leasing option is not necessarily us. The heritage incentive is us and the state government. And also we can help with leasing. That is what we do. I don't think that there would be any suggestion that our ratepayers would come at us with pitchforks. I think they'd be very grateful that we helped retain one of the beautiful buildings. I don't think there was any problem, and I'm old enough to remember when it was saved by Don Dunstan. It was universally hailed as a good governance thing to do. Now, if the state doesn't do it, we might have to do it further down the track. But our ratepayers do complain about a lot of our spending, but this is a spending I don't think they would complain about.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Thank you.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Couros, Councillor Carey, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Martin.
Okay, members. Next item is 17.2, Councillor Moran, GPO Building Development.
I move that the CEO contact Grayton and discuss the deteriorating condition of the old GPO building, e.g., for example, the clock has stopped, there is an obvious pigeon infestation, and offer administrative assistance.
Do you have a second, Councillor?
No, I just have something.
Okay, Councillor Mackey. Councillor Couros, what was the item?
I have a perceived conflict with this one, as my former partner is the one of the lead persons on this project.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Couros. Will you be staying, or will you be?
I'm going to pop out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ho?
Yes, also have a conflict of interest. Proceed. Grayton was my client long ago. Thank you.
So will you be staying, or will you be vacating the room? Vacating the room. Thank you.
Oh, gosh, if I'd known this, I
Councillor
would've bought it.
Client. Councillor Mackey, were you seconding this motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moran.
Yes, well, this is quite self-explanatory. It's different from the other motion, as there is a plan for this building. The Grayton said that they might, depending on financial circumstances in Australia, renovate the GPO per the plan that we saw many years ago, which was a plan, I think the CEO would remember, very like the Melbourne GPO, where they petitioned the inside with glass shops and to keep the fabric of the main building. It was a beautiful plan, and we all loved it. But Grayton's dragging its feet now. It's saying that until the multi-storey hotel, I think it is, behind it is completed, then they will look at whether they'll do that. So it's not that they are going to do it, it's they might do it. I was pleased to see that they've actually started on the hotel, I think, because I saw Grayton trucks moving in. So that's something I didn't realise when I did put this motion up. However, that's going to be some years in the doing. And that building, whether it be just, I noticed they've installed a lot of air conditioners down the side, so I think that we really need to get involved with Grayton and see if we can give some heritage help, some administrative help. I'm not suggesting spending a lot of money on it, but it does look terrible. The clock hasn't worked for quite some time, and it just is an absolute eyesore. So I think we as a City Council and the most active level of government in the preservation and help for heritage buildings, far more active than the state, far more active than the federal government, and it's right across the road. So I would recommend this motion that we make contact, we see if there's something we can do, help them do, to preserve the building, to make it look less of an eyesore, to get the clock working again. In the years that will follow before they even start thinking about what they're going to do with it.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Mackey. Thank you. Members, if there's no discussion, I'll go. Councillor Connaught, do you have your hand up?
Just as a question, what conversations have administration had in regards to the upkeep and that of the building?
CEO?
Thank you, through the Chair. I'm aware over the last couple of years there certainly has been conversations in relation to pigeons, but Ms McCready, if you'd like to provide an update on what's currently happening on that site at the moment, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Moran's indeed correct. If you were to go over to the building now, there's significant development activity that's happening within that building, where the majority of the inside of the building has actually been removed, and naturally the walls have been retained its heritage nature. In regards to pigeons, the previous owner and this owner have put spikes in all the ledges to hopefully stop pigeon infestation, and naturally they're on top of any graffiti that happens on the building, because naturally they wish to keep that removed. But we're happy to go back to understand what their work schedule is, staging, and how they're actually progressing with the redevelopment. But they have done significant works to that property, which is evident if you go through during the daytime. You can actually look into the building.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Connaught, did you have any other questions? Okay. Members, any other discussion on this item? Councillor Moran, would you like to sum up?
Well, I'm not quite sure, Ms McCready, where you can look into the building. the Franklin Street, Flinders Street side is completely boarded. Every window's got an old-fashioned air conditioner and it's boarded up. But I'll take your word for it, I'll go and have a look tomorrow. But I think we need to understand, and it's really great that the hotel's going ahead, and it's really great to hear what Mr McCready has said that they're doing inside. But this is really more of an information gathering. Do they need some help? And is there anything we can do? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Members, let's take this to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? All those unanimous, please. Thank you. Can we ask Councillor Ho and Councillor Kouros back, please? Okay, members, item 17.3, Councillor Moran, speed signs.
What number was that?
17.13, that was.
I request the administration seek approval from the Department of Infrastructure and Transport to allow speed signs to be stenciled on the road as it's done in all other capital cities in location where there's a high occurrence of speed zone changes.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Mackie? Yes, Councillor Moran.
I notice that there's a resolution later to change speed limits, and what we have now, which I won't debate that now, but what I find motorists most complain about is the changing of the speed limits and difficulty seeing the signage. For instance, if you go down in the south of the city, you can traverse the parklands up one street that traverses it, which is 60. If you whiz around, if you come back down another one, it's 50, and it is difficult. Back in the day, we did get some larger signs at intersections to really put it in your face. When we moved this, the council moved this last time, a long time ago, it was suggested that motorbikes would slip on them. Now, we didn't have a lot of things on the road then, so we all thought, oh well. We have a lot of painting on the road now. The new paint is slip resistant and has the same stickiness as the asphalt, so that no longer is a problem. And going to Melbourne and Sydney recently, it is really easy to see if you're changing speed zones 40, 50, 60, swapping around. It's really easy to see if it's on the road, whereas if you're driving, you're paying attention to the traffic, you don't really think, I'm going to check what speed it is. You tend to go with the speed that the other cars are going. And I spoke to the people that gather the revenue for speeding, and we are very high in speeding infringements, and it's another unwelcoming thing for our city. We did suggest years ago that we put 50 signs in the terraces and everything inside the terraces be 50, and that wasn't a bad idea, but we didn't do that because some of the roads such as Hutt Street are faster, O'Connell Street's 60, whereas Jeffcott Street's 50. And it's very difficult to see the signage and its proliferation. This is something that all the other cities use, and for some reason our state governments seem to not want it. It's often the case that they don't like the ideas coming from the City Council, I suspect. But I think it's time to ask them again, whichever government survives after the next 2 weeks, if they would consider in the city, and then we can change our speed zones to very slow, and then rapidly, when it's a safer road or a wider road, go up again. So we can chop and change. At the moment, we shouldn't do that because we're catching too many people that don't know what the speed zone is.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. I support the motion. It is to seek approval from the Department of Infrastructure and Transport. There is therefore no immediate cost impact. I also have a long enough memory, as does Councillor Moran, to remember back when 50 kilometres an hour came into it. I know we're not actually talking about speed here, but signage was a particular issue, and it does, as is evident by the number of infringements for speeding, it is still unclear to a lot of motorists. Of course, some having a go and trying to get away with it, but I see no harm in supporting this motion. I recommend it.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Kouros.
Does administration know if all capital cities are doing this? Because I have seen it in Sydney too, but only in residential streets, only a few, not on main roads. So I just want to know, is it used Australia-wide, or because it was said explicitly that all capital cities use it?
CEO?
Thank you through the presiding member. Like members, I too have seen this in other states. I'm not sure whether we can categorically say it is in all states. Mr McCready, do you have any further information, please?
Thank you, CEO, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. No, it's not used in other capital cities, but it certainly is used to delineate where you have what is a normal speed limit, say 60 kilometres per hour, and you do go from a main road into a secondary road. So certainly that's what happens.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Kouros?
Can I speak to him?
Sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen it on a main road. I have only seen it going into residential streets, and some residential streets in Sydney particularly. I'm reading the administration comment, and it seems that obviously this has come up in discussion many times in the past, and you've approached the Minister of Transport, and their views are very strong in regards to this. So, and they make some valid points, some I'm not convinced on, but some of the points that they have made are quite valid. So I think I can understand that we're repeating motions, and this is another repeat motion to see if we can successfully get this through. But I'm not really interested in a Groundhog Day. I really can see that it has been considered before, so I won't be voting for this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Councillor Knoll.
Again, I think if we look through the passage of some of the motions that have come in regards to speed limits and all the rest, and we say, well, what value would it have putting that on the roadway? And obviously, again, the administration has made its comments, but if we're looking at these roads that are leading into the city continue on the speed limit that was on that road prior to entering the Parklands area. So that's why they're a continuation of the speed limit that was, in act in the various streets. So that's why they gave us the previous reason why, making all the entries at 60 or whatever. So one, if somebody's speeding, and if that's a problem, then they have increased the speed from the speed they were doing prior. And that was their reasoning before. And also, again, and I do have to agree that we in heavier traffic, obviously, you've got all the vehicles and that in the way, so therefore it is not as functional. And it is more important, if we're going to need a bit more information, then why don't we ask for larger signs? Because you want to keep people's eyes on, the traffic and the conditions around them. That roadway isn't the place that you want people to look down to, simply because that is a distraction, and that could lead them to having greater issues with accidents and things like that. So, and also in wet weather, and I have to say that is a significant issue, because you can barely see the white line at that time, let alone a speed limit, signage. So, in really important conditions, it isn't effective. What is effective is good signage in the right place, and I'm all for doing enough of that and enabling people to, drive, safely, and also that they can, understand the road conditions. And I think so. This in itself, it really doesn't lend to any extra value in road safety, simply because it is a bit counterintuitive. Because you're expecting people to look down, and when all of a sudden you look up and the other car's already braking, and all of a sudden you're in trouble. So you're actually encouraging, people to be less attentive, just like some of our people here when I'm speaking. And I think that, so let us think about this more. I mean, again, this is just one of those little brain thoughts or whatever, let's try it again. But I think we can do things better. I think we just need to be a bit more imaginative and a bit more, that we are looking at how the actions of people and the people we're trying to help by doing things that are really going to contribute. And, painting something on the road, I don't necessarily think will do that. And I think we should be looking at things differently, so I won't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll.
Look, I wasn't going to speak, Deputy Lord Mayor, but I feel compelled. It is one thing to argue against a motion that is presented to Council for consideration. It is quite another to attempt to insult an individual for proposing a reasonable measure. This is indeed a reasonable measure. Were it not reasonable, I have no doubt that in their wisdom, the main roads people in New South Wales would be out there scrubbing off the 60s and the 50s, which are all over the city. This is a significant issue, and quite wrongly it's been suggested that there are continuation of speeds from the parklands into the city, and so there's no need for such signage. Well, that is not true. There are various speeds throughout the city. The various routes into this city, particularly from Greenhill Road, are 50 and 60. We even have zones changing from the top of Jeffcott Street, where it's 50 to 60, down to the top of the bridge, where again it becomes 50. When you turn right, it turns 30. Now, it can be enormously confusing, and it is particularly difficult for motorists negotiating these changing speeds when there are also trucks parked helpfully in front of signs alerting you to the speed change. It's happened to me on many occasions. I'd be grateful for that signage on the road. It would provide me with the opportunity of being certain about the speed that I should be travelling at. And moreover, it is not something that would be distracting, and I reject entirely the notion that it would be a distraction. It's clearly something that's not a consideration in other places, like Sydney, like Melbourne. And moreover, we use the very same markings to denote bikeways, to denote areas where bikes stop immediately before lights. In some cases where traffic lights or signals are appearing, there are also road markings. Now, these things are already there. This is just an extension of that system that's proposed. But it's not even suggesting that this council should adopt it. What it's suggesting is that we write to the government to ask them to consider it again. And it is particularly reasonable in the context that we are about to go to an election. On Saturday week, the people of South Australia may well elect a new government, and there may well be a new Transport Minister, and it may indeed be the opportune time to raise this matter and bring it to the attention of any new government. Deputy Lord Mayor, I think this is a reasonable proposition. We're writing a letter to the Minister, drawing the Minister's attention to what is a significant tool to aid motorists in the way in which they negotiate our streets and avoid those flaming speeding tickets.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Right on time. Members, any other discussion on this item? Councillor Donovan?
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. This isn't something that I felt particularly strongly about one way or other, nor had any background information on in terms of effectiveness. So I did a little preliminary scan on current research and in fact identified, interestingly, that speed limit markings increase drivers' attention and make them realise they're entering a lower speed zone. And a 2020 study shows that they actually did lead to a decrease in drivers' speed. So based on that, it seems worthwhile following up. I note, however, administration's comments on some of the negative elements. And as someone who has been on a motorbike recently, I certainly note that I don't like stopping on road markings when it's wet in particular. That does add a safety consideration. With all of that in mind, it seems reasonable to take it to the Minister and ask for their recommendation, which is what the motion is proposing, so I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Members, any other discussion on this item? Before I go back to Councillor Moran to sum up, can I just ask you members to be mindful when other members are talking? So please be courteous and allow other members, if they are talking, to talk. And I'll ask you not to talk amongst yourselves because it can be distracting. So please be mindful of that. Councillor Moran.
Thank you. Look, this is an initiative, and just, sorry, to answer Councillor Couros, yes, they are on the main streets, they are in Melbourne. Unfortunately, my phone died and I lost all my information because I didn't back it up. I've got photographs and I can assure you that they are on major roads in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne. I've been to Perth for many a year, so I don't know. It's probably about 15 years since I moved that motion, so even if it went to the current Transport Minister, it would be a completely different Transport Minister to the one that we took. Unfortunately, because of the factional nature of the Council, I lost heart a bit in bringing it up again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moran. Please speak to the motion.
That is why I'm answering Councillor Knoll's idea that I've just had a bit of a brain fart. And,
I don't think they were his words, but please speak to the motion.
Groundhog Day was his word, that this is a groundhog... Sorry,
okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Moran, please speak to the motion. Thank you.
I am speaking to the motion. This is not a Groundhog Day. It's not just a silly little thought that I've had to repeat things. It is something that I have been talking about for 15 to 20 years. I mean, Greg remembers it, so that was quite a long time ago that he was on council, and we tried to move it then, and the minister then wasn't very keen on it. It does work. People do look at the road. I'm not suggesting that we replace the signs on poles. I'm suggesting that we aid motorists by adding an adjunctive, helpful notice on the road. It's not always bumper to bumper. Most of the time you're looking ahead at the next car and you can see the road in front of you. And if it suddenly says 40 and you're doing 50, it's very helpful. It is completely wrong to say that the roads that lead into parklands stay the same speed. They do not. Glen Osmond Road comes down, I think, into Hutt Road. That changes at the diagonal intersection, and until we jumped up and down, there was no signage. So everybody that came down Glen Osmond Road and wanted to turn into Hutt Street went into another speed zone without even a sign. The government said, well, we don't need to, because 50 is the ambient speed. We don't need to signpost that. And you'll notice, Councillor Knoll, that in some of the major streets, like Phil mentioned, going up Jeffcott Street, going up the hill to Jeffcott Street, we have large signs. We also, that was the council did that. We also put large signs in King William Street. But the amount of speed fines being collected is still antisocial. And not all speed hoons wanting to rev up through the city. Their mums and dads they're crossing the parklands on one street, seeing a 60 sign there, and coming down another one, and it's 50, and there's no signage. So, but this isn't to replace signage. This is to add to signtage.
Thank you.
And we do look at the road. We look at the zigzag signs outside the school.
Councillor Moran, did you require more time? No, you're done. Okay, thank you. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Martin.
Thank you, members. The next item is 17.12. Councillor Moran, childcare facilities.
Yes. I move that Council requests the Administration to seek appropriate planning policy changes with Planning SA to require that the top 2 floors of new office buildings being constructed be designed to accommodate a childcare facility.
And do you have a seconder, Councillor Mackie? Thank you, Councillor Moran.
Now, once again, this is a repeat motion. I think we got it up last time, and the Lord Mayor was incredibly supportive, as was the CEO. It was a slightly more complicated motion last time, but this pretty much says it all. There's been concerns on the radio, I heard today, that it would be dangerous to put children on the top floor because if there was a fire, they'd have to run down the stairs and their little legs might not make it. Look, I accept that might be. I think it's a pretty. I'm not going to support this idea, whatever you say. Women today, in my generation, some worked. In my mother's generation, very few worked. In this generation, all women work. And as you know, Acting Lord Mayor, women struggle sometimes to go back to work when they're still breastfeeding. And the girls that I've spoken to, and my daughter-in-laws and my daughter, said they would have gone back to the office a lot earlier if they could have just been a lift ride away from their baby. That's not possible. The reason that I've suggested the top floors is, I think we've moved it this term too, haven't we? Yeah. So this is a third try at it, is because you need the open space. Now it's suggested that too is dangerous, the children might fall off the edge. I am not suggesting we put the children up there without fences. Denmark does it, London does it, Perth bought the top floor and the roof of the Santos building over there and put in a very expensive but highly sought after public childcare run by the council. So it's actually and making a mozza of money out of the queue. Apparently there are unborn babies there that are on the queue to go into it. But if it's possible to change the law and have the childcare centre on a lower floor and the open space lift gettable, I'm not necessarily saying it has to be the top. I'm not a planning expert, but I think we really should start thinking about how to get childcare centres and facilities into the buildings that I shouldn't just say women, that the parents work in. It's we had some absolutely ridiculous, the head of Childcare SA said that children should be running free in the country and that they shouldn't be in a city building. We live a very urban lifestyle here. Our children grow up in the city. And that's where the childcare centre, we've got terrific childcare centres. I also sent everybody something from the Financial Times today that there are financial incentives coming for childcare to help people, access them, and that's terrific. I mean, the demand for good childcare is only going to increase, and I know that the previous Lord Mayor discussed putting a childcare centre at the top of the Kennel Light building, and it was wildly greeted by the parents in the council administration. It's a shame we didn't do it, but that might be something we can think of in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm happy to second this motion, this being, of course, the week that is home to International Women's Day. We face, as we know, as a consequence of COVID, challenges to bring workers back into the city. I defer to Councillor Moran and other women with children to acknowledge that this is a considerable impediment. In a few years' time, this will not be controversial. Hopefully it won't be controversial tonight. Hopefully my fellow councillors, our fellow councillors will be prepared to explore what this needs to be. It is a particularly capital city CBD related issue, although of course there are workplaces on large industrial estates where women with young children returning from maternity leave face the same kinds of challenges. We're in the CBD. Let's explore this as a planning innovation.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Kira?
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. I speak against this. I think unfortunately, it's quite foolishly over-prescriptive. To be seen as a council.
Acting Lord Mayor, could I ask him to retract that? I'm sick of him abusing me when he's doing his debate.
You may ask, Councillor Kira.
What I would clarify, Acting Lord Mayor, is that I'm not referring to the mover of the motion. I'm moving to a policy and to any policy that seeks to prescribe to every single building being constructed what should be on there is a foolish policy. Let's not mince words. It's about the policy. So if I may continue, please. we would be seen as a council that acts in these sorts of weirdly arbitrary prescriptive ways by prospective
Acting
investors.
Lord Mayor, I find that offensive, and I'd like you to stop him as you stopped me occasionally. That is offensive. Okay. Weirdly, foolish, they are offensive words.
You can ask him to withdraw if you like.
No, it's your job to run the meeting, not mine.
If you're offended by it and you want
I am
him to
offended
withdraw,
by it,
would
and
you
I
like
would
him to withdraw?
you don't find that offensive?
No. Well, no. It's you're the one that's called it. So if you find it offensive, and if you want him to withdraw it, you. Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Kira, can you continue?
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, if we are seen to be a council that operates with strangely arbitrary prescriptive dictates upon what's being built, that's no good for anyone. Look, if there is a shortfall out there in the provision of childcare, there are ways in which we can go about assisting and encouraging that shortfall. I'll just close by pointing out point number 5 of the administration comment, and that is that the consideration would need to be given to requirements of the National Construction Code and the SA Metropolitan Fire Service. Childcare centres proposed above level 1 of any multi-level building are considered high risk and more complex to design because egress provisions of the NCC are unable to be met as children are unable to self-evacuate.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. That was point number 6 in administration comment.
Eagle eye.
Councillor Kouros?
Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, are we organising a report about what workers are wanting in the city? Are we in the process of doing that?
I'll ask the CEO to clarify.
Haven't we commissioned a report through AIDA? In which we're facilitating to find out what it actually is that workers need.
Thank you, CEO.
And one of the questions was regarding childcare.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, through the presiding member. Yes, back in January when Council endorsed its Reignite 2.0 package to encourage people to return to the city, Council did commission a piece of research to find out from employers as well as employees what it would require and what people need in order to return to the city. I'm not sure whether it's actually picking up any detail around childcare. Perhaps our Chief Operating Officer can clarify the detail associated with the survey. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, through the Chair. Throughout the...
Members, please, thank you.
I'm just pulling up the survey that has gone out to businesses and people visiting the city, and it does have questions around the types of things that one would be attracted to, including facilities such as childcare. So that piece of research will be very important in terms of giving us evidence about what will attract or make it more user-friendly for people to be back in the city working. And childcare is one of the considerations along with many other things.
Thank you.
Do we have any idea when that report will be coming in? Sorry, I've just...
Amanda?
Through the Chair, that piece of work, so the survey's out with businesses at the moment and city workers. We are anticipating that would be completed in the next 3 or 4 weeks. Of course, we'll bring that back to Council, the results of that research piece of work.
Thank you, Amanda. Councillor Kouros, did you have any other questions?
Yes, I would like to speak to it now.
Sure.
I understand what Councillor Moran is trying to achieve, and as a mother myself, it is very difficult to manage because I have been always a full-time working mum, and I know that it's very difficult to juggle children at the same time as as working mums all do. So, I mean, I have mentioned this is Groundhog Day, and it's not meant to be offensive, but I just feel that we constantly are repeating. But I get the passion that Councillor Moran is driving with this one, coming from as a woman and the struggles that we face. However, there seems to be in this recommendation just so many things against this in regards to high rise. So I'm just really finding it very difficult to actually agree with the way that Councillor Moran is wanting this to be on top of high-rise buildings. I would rather wait for evidence-based information that we're going to be receiving in 3 to 4 weeks' time to see just how the working parent is wanting to achieve within the city that they work in, and how they would like that managed. And so I would go back to how Helen or Councillor Donovan always operates on evidence-based and experts' opinions. I just don't think I can, right at this moment, agree to this motion without having some more information, because COVID has changed the way we do things and the way we live our lives. So I'd really rather make a decision on this being evidence-based. So I'm not disagreeing that we do need some sort of structure here to support the parents, working parents, but I think we need to look at it in this context overall.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Members, Councillor Connell?
I do agree we need childcare, but it's about then where is it most appropriate, and where is it that we can get the best value on behalf of the people that want to use the services. So obviously we've got the research coming in, which is being commissioned, and I think that's really critical, because we want to bring the workers back in the city, absolutely, and how do you do that, and what sort of services that we need to deliver that will make a difference. I think if we look at the practical side, first of all, childcare is an expense, so people will attempt to minimise the expense of that and still have the best value for their child and all the best care. Trying to stipulate in the sense that these high-rise buildings, which are expensive buildings to put up, that you that you limit the ability to get the best value out of that by trying to have childcare, which requires a particular level of cost. Because they're already having enough trouble with finding people to work in this sector, and also all the sort of support that they need for that. So that would hardly either make the buildings more expensive for the area that they can sell at a commercial rate to accommodate that, but it's also then the difficulty within the city, that bringing the children right into town. Because and I try to think through what's appropriate. And one of the first things that you have your children, and yes, if you are still breastfeeding and things like that, obviously those things limit all mothers, and it is certainly something that needs to be considered. But normally the case is you prepare, you take your children, you put them in the car, and one of the first things you do is that you take them to the childcare or to the preschool or to whatever, and then you now put them in the care of others. That means that the remainder of your trip to the city is then you have peace, and you're now able to start focusing on the destination you're going to, because you already have your children cared for. The amount of times that my children in their younger times, at 40 they don't say that anymore, but when are we going to get there, or the being a little bit longer in a car, they get very unruly. And you're trying to appease their emotions sometimes. The point is, you will want to have the children cared for as soon as possible from where you begin the trip, because the last thing you want to do is come frazzled to work. That's one item. The other is that, of course, these childcare centres need space, because you also want them to be able to play. So certainly some of our residents in the city, it's possible to have childcare close to where they're living. But those childcare facilities also require areas that are open, and there are stipulations around that that the government have set about the sort of amenity that is there for the children. And again, we have parklands and all sorts of things, so things like that could be accommodated, but it is very limited, because again, it's about the need that the parents see. Can I just 30 seconds, if I may?
Yes, members, show of hands, please. 30 more seconds. Yes, Councillor Connell.
And we talk about safety, and we think about this, is that we're taking our children all the way into a busy city of all different ages, and because we're requiring the buildings to accommodate this, that means you're taking the children right into the city where it is, on the footpaths and all the rest of it. You're having to look after the children and all the rest of it until you get the destination for them. And I think this is highly impractical. So, we got to look at the city for what it is. It is a destination, and you want people to work and enjoy themselves, and that that's different when you're taking the children with you for enjoyment, because how you do that trip is different. And I think it doesn't work. And particularly also when you've got hotels, student accommodation, and all sorts of other buildings that are not appropriate, and don't even require childcare facilities because there's no need. And we're doing all of that to all of our whole city.
Thank you, Councillor Connell. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, I just can't resist this, Deputy Lord Mayor, if I just may speak. Look, every time somebody raises an idea at this place tonight, it's too prescriptive, it's too big, it's too old, it's Groundhog Day, there's another reason to not support it. We don't want children in the city, the building is too high for children.
Can you talk to the motion, please, Councillor Martin?
I am talking to it. I am talking about the way in which people negatively react. That's what's wrong with this council. That's why we need a new council. We need positivity in here, people who can come up with good ideas. Councillor Moran has come up with a good idea, and she's simply proposing that there be planning changes to allow the incorporation of childcare facilities in high-rise buildings. And Deputy Lord Mayor, we think this is such a rotten idea. We think it is so bad that we ourselves as a city have signed up for one with our co-developer of the Central Market Arcade redevelopment. We are creating with them, as part of the development, lauded by the very same councillors who now say, what a terrible idea this is. We are creating in a high-rise building a childcare facility. Now, I don't think I know the word for this. It's coming to me. I think it starts with H, but it'll come to me shortly.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Councillor Kera.
Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Councillor Martin, just 1 second. Councillor Kera, what is your point of clarification?
There is
no such.
Moran, please.
Deputy Lord Mayor, there is no such thing as a point of clarification.
Councillor Kera, what is
point
your
of clarification? Yes, there is a misrepresentation being made here. There is a voluntary childcare centre being built in the Central Market, not something being mandated across every single new building.
Lord Mayor, he is entering.
Thank you, Councillor Kera.
He is entering the debate. And Deputy Lord Mayor, I believe that is a breach of standing orders. That is an interruption of meeting for a reason.
Not when you're seeking.
No.
Yeah.
Show me the place where it says.
Here we go. If you want that particular page, you can look at your standing orders, page 97, 29, under interruptions. So objecting to words used by a member who is speaking. Now, Councillor Martin, would you please?
Words, not debate.
Councillor Martin,
furthermore,
Councillor Martin, you may continue.
I ask you.
You may continue. Thank you.
I am continuing, and I'm asking you, Deputy Lord Mayor, to suggest to the member that he is in breach of Section 29 of Standing Orders. That is an interruption to the meeting. It is not about words.
You can take your breach offline, but you may continue talking to the motion. Thank you.
Well, no, I think standing orders require you to do something about it. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm asking you to talk to the motion.
No.
Thank you.
Do as you please, but I think Section 29 requires you, in circumstances where a member is telling you that there has been a breach of standing orders.
And what is your breach?
He is behaving in an improper and disorderly manner.
No, there was a point of clarification, and he is allowed to call a point of... Yes, there is. Thank you. Councillor Martin, would you like to finish speaking to the motion?
Deputy Lord Mayor, I'd be delighted to. Please tell me which part of standing orders you're referring to. About
Thank you, would you like to speak to the motion? If not, we'll go members. Any other speakers? Councillor Donovan?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Excuse me, Deputy Lord Mayor, I move that we dissent from the ruling of the Chair.
Just 1 second.
Just playing games. It's all your age, playing games.
Now, Councillor Martin, what were you moving again?
I was saying to you, Deputy Lord Mayor, that as a point of order, the interruption was outside of standing orders, and I am asking you to rule that that was improper.
So, Councillor Martin, what was it that was breached again?
The member was behaving improperly in the context of Section 29 of Standing Orders by interrupting the meeting for a point of clarification which does not exist. He was attempting to debate. It was a breach of Standing Orders.
Thank you. And my ruling was that under Section 29 2A, objecting to words used by a member who is speaking, that there is a valid interruption.
Thank you, and I am asking that we dissent from the ruling of the chair.
Okay, and is that a formal motion then?
That is the motion. Yeah, okay. We dissent from the ruling of the chair.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I'm sure I do.
Councillor Snape. So, Councillor Martin, my ruling under Section 29(2)(a) was that if any member is objecting to words used by other member, I see that Councillor Kira did seek a point of clarification. He stated his point, and that was my final ruling.
Well, yes, I understand that.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
No, that's not the end of the matter. I have put a formal motion which has been seconded, which must now be voted on by the chair.
Yes, correct. Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And you are required.
Just 1 second, Councillor Martin. All right. Well, then let's take that to a vote.
Thank you.
All those in favour? All those against? That is carried.
So what's your action, Chair? Deputy
Thank you.
You are required now to adopt a course of action. Is that action
Stay with me for 1 second. I don't think I am, but just bear with me for 1 second. Councillor Martin, did you want to speak to this motion of yours?
Yes, I'm quite happy to, Deputy Lord Mayor. As I understand the rules, it's now up to the meeting to determine whether the breach of standing orders should be accompanied with a censure. That is to say, the members of the council.
No, I don't think there is. So just 1 second, Councillor Martin. Mick, are you able to clarify, please? Thank you.
Through you, presiding member. Section 29 of the local government meeting procedures refers to if the presiding member considers that a member may have acted in contravention of sub-regulation 1, the member must be allowed to make a personal explanation. That did not happen in this instance because that was not the presiding member's interpretation of the events of Councillor Kera's interruption. As he clarified, his interpretation was that Councillor Kera was interrupting because he was objecting to words that you had been using as while you were speaking. The fact that the motion for dissenting the presiding member's ruling was passed, that will be on the record, and now we're at a point in time where the debate can actually resume to your debating the motion. And it doesn't require a censure motion.
Okay, well look, I disagree with that advice. I do thank the administration for that advice. I know that they're trying to be helpful and share it. It's a wonderful thing they're helping you in this way. I do appreciate that. I will resume, but it is a matter that can be the subject of censure, but perhaps not on this occasion. The point that I was making was that the City of Adelaide...
Sorry, Councillor Martin, are you speaking to the motion?
Yep.
We were going to Councillor Donovan.
No, I didn't think that was the case. Look, you'll have to help me. This has dragged on for so long.
Just stay with me for 1 second, Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, would you like to continue speaking to this motion? We probably had roughly about a minute or so on the clock.
Thank you. And I can now recall the circumstances. It was that you required me to sit down and you went to another speaker before I'd concluded because of the interruption of Councillor Kira. And the point that I was seeking to make was that amid all the negativity of the people who are talking this proposal down, the City of Adelaide has already agreed and made much publicity of our thinking that a childcare centre in a high-rise building, the Central Market Arcade redevelopment, is a first-rate idea. We boasted about it, and now we're hearing from members of the Team Adelaide faction that this... Thank you, what?
Please speak to the motion.
I was, but you interrupted me, Chair.
Please continue.
The members of Team Adelaide are talking this down when it has been agreed by the City of Adelaide that it is a first-rate idea. This is the kind of negativity that we need to see an end to.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Donovan.
Which motion are we speaking to, Chair?
We're speaking to 17.12, the original motion.
Are we speaking to his first motion? Oh, no, we're not. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm just wondering if the mover would consider a couple of minor variations to factor in some of the debate that has arisen. So, to say, request administration security planning to require or incentivise. Well, you can, because it's best to seek appropriate planning policy changes. Look at what those policy changes could be. And then remove the top two floors. So it just says that new office building's being constructed, so it could be anywhere within the building. And then to add at the last, so full stop, so at the very last to add pending the outcome of the current survey supporting the need for this service.
Yes, I've just discussed that with my seconder and we're very happy to take that variation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Donovan, there was another...
You said remove the top two floors.
Oh yes,
Was it...
so it says to require or incentivise and then cut out the top two floors, so it just says that new office buildings, so also the of. Yeah. Great. Pending the... So pending the need of the current survey supporting the need, pending the outcome of the current survey supporting the need for this service. So I'm curious, and just speaking then to that variation, the reason I am suggesting some of these changes is I'm really curious to see what sort of planning policy changes could potentially incentivise in particular, and noting some of the points that were made around supply and demand. I think that's perfectly reasonable and a very valid point to make. So if we're talking about incentivising in particular, rather than necessarily requiring, we're basically looking at what are the levers that exist within the current planning policy of Plan SA that we could pull to incentivise or require. What are those options for new office buildings being constructed? And I think that starts to look more at the issue of supply and demand. We're still going to consider the outcome of the current survey to say whether or not we actually have a current driver for this, and it gives an opportunity for us to consider where those levers are within the new planning system that we have recently adopted across South Australia.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
It's a fairly substantial change, and I'm just mindful that some of the comments made before were to a motion that was quite different, because the previous motion was forcing every single new building to have.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. I'll just get. Thank you.
An amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. I'll just get governance to double check that.
I'd just like to say that my original motion did not mandate. It said that the planning law would be changed, it could be used.
Yes, we'll just get governance to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. This an amendment and a variation, effectively the same thing, with the support of both the mover and seconder. It is within the intent of the original motion. It's not changing the intent of the motion. It's just clarifying, I think, and adding some more.
Just a follow-up question: should we be entitled to speak again? Those who spoke against what was quite a substantial different motion?
No, given that it's a variation.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry.
Thank you. Councillors, any other discussion on this item? Councillor Donovan, you still have your microphone on. No, given that there's no further discussion, before I pass on to Councillor Moran to sum up, I know that through my own experiences having an 18-month-old toddler, we did recently go around to a few childcare centres. I did get a tour of one that was actually in a multi-storey building, and that particular childcare centre did have 2 levels on the ground floor and on the immediate first floor that had the childcare centre facility. But also in saying that, they had a separate lift, so I'm mindful of all the technicalities that need to be taken into account. But nevertheless, I think let's try and see what else is out there and whether if there is any levers that are at disposal. So thank you, Councillor Moran.
Yes, look, I want to make it quite clear that the top floor that I first put in, thank you Helen for correcting that, was planning advice that we were given when I moved my first motion. But I think that thinking about it now, yes, a separate lift, obviously they're doing that now, so the planning must have changed a bit anyway. The motion does not mandate anything. This motion certainly doesn't, and the unaltered motion did not either. It just made it so they could be converted, they could be used. So what that does is mean the plant has to be put on the edge, and so that the roof could be used as a roof garden. If they put the plant right smack in the middle and so forth, it can never be used as a childcare centre. As to France's comments, isn't one of our main levers that we want families to live, work and play in our city? We are encouraging families to come into our city, so they're not getting into a car. We don't want them to get into a car, drop their children off at a childcare centre, then drive their car or park their car somewhere in a residential street and catch the bus. We want them to live. Doesn't the Lord Mayor say over and over again, and I totally agree with her, walk to work. Now, if you live in the city and you have a baby and the childcare centres are all outside the city, then you're going to have to get in your car, drive out to the McKinnon Parade childcare centre, catch a bus in. There's no advantage in living in the city at all. breastfeeding is something that really needs to be carried on by mothers. All mothers agree with that the longer you breastfeed, within limits, the better. And I know that every young mother is limited when she goes back to work by how early she's prepared to give that up. Now, the childcare is in the same building or nearby, then that would get that young mother or old mother back to work and not upset the rhythm of the baby. Babies need to be with their mothers or fathers. They don't need to be romping in the field with Daisy. We are an urban city, and our main lever is to get to walk to work, live, play and recreate in the city. Now, most young couples have a baby attached to them, and that baby has to be catered for in the city. I don't need to wait for that survey to know what it's going to say. If you ask a young mother, I have 30 seconds then. If you ask a young mother, would you like to drive a fair old distance at rush hour, drop your baby off because you want to get him out of the... France seemed to want to get his babies out of the car as quickly as he could. But if I said, would you, women that work and men that work at the Colonel Light Centre, what if there was a gorgeous, affordable, and that because of, as the Financial Times, they are becoming more affordable, childcare centre in the Colonel Light building? We would be a destination for employment par excellence. This is the way. 50% of the workforce is women now. They tend to have babies, and that tends to drag them down the pay level and the accessibility of work. I cannot believe what I heard today, and I'm not going to use the words that Jessie Carey would say and abuse my fellow councillor, but that is 1950s husband talking.
Look, point of order, that is just beyond the pale. There was no such abuse. There was no such abuse, and that is absolutely verbaling. That is absolutely verbaling the councillor in an abusive way.
Thank you, Councillor Carey. We are going to take that to the vote. Members, all those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you.
Council members, the division has been called. All those in favour, please stand, remaining standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Couros, Councillor Kara, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, members. That brings us to item 17.6, Councillor Snape, permanent automation of crossing signals.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I move the motion. I put the motion be moved as read and look for a seconder.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Moran? Yes, Councillor Snape.
Thank you, Chair. So back in mid-January, we had an excellent display of bipartisanship and cooperation as we moved to reassure and reinvigorate Adelaide. One of the initiatives in that package was the reinstallation of our automated crossing signals between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. During February and March. This motion simply recognises the success of that motion and that collaboration of the council, and quite simply moves to make it a permanent fixture in our city.
Councillor Moran?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Members, any discussion on this item? Councillor Kira?
Look, I speak against it, Acting Lord Mayor. It'll go down on faction lines, so, but nevertheless, it's worth pointing out regardless. So the administration is aware that some councillors are making these points. You want to be living in a society where you have a pandemic, but you look forward to a time when pandemics are finished. You don't want to be in a permanent state of fear. You don't want to ensconce a permanent state of fear in any city planning or public policy regime. And the unfortunate outcome of this is that there's a trade-off here. What you're going to do is you're going to hold up traffic. You're going to have cars sitting on roads for longer, burning their engines, causing emissions and smogging up the city, because there will be pedestrian crossings where there are times, say 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where there is no one crossing, but cars will nevertheless be blocked from moving. So you're going to hold up, you're going to cause cars to sit around and idle for longer. It's going to hold people up from getting to work. It's going to cause an effect in the economy. And we've got to remember, I think it's very important for this council to remember that we are part of a network. We don't just sort of sit in a vacuum. We're part of a network. We don't have the right to hold up traffic across the entire city because people's livelihoods depends. It all adds up. And it adds up to people's livelihoods. So I think it's a mistake. I do believe all of the signs are that this pandemic has the light at the end of the tunnel firmly in place now. Touch wood, it does look that the worst, and in fact the pandemic itself, will be over. There is no grounds at the moment for us to consider that we're going to be in a permanent state of pandemic such that we should force automation to continue forever. There was a reason why we had the button-operated lights to begin with. It's more efficient. So it is a mistake on many, many grounds to do this.
Thank you, Councillor Khera. Councillor Donovan?
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. I absolutely hear the points that were just made. The interesting thing is, when this is done well, research across the world in cities like Adelaide and both larger and smaller shows actually you can optimise the movement of people through a city when automation is done well. And you know, the example that was just given of cars stopping when there's no people, the inverse is also true. You have people stopping at lights when there's no cars, and they're forced to stop and wait even though there's no cars travelling. So both of those things can be true. Both of those things impede the flow of people through the city, and that's what we're ultimately trying to optimise. We're looking at how do we maximise the flow of people to where they need to go, be they on foot, on bike, or in a car or bus or train or tram or whatever else it might be. So when automation is done well, that's what occurs. You optimise the flow. So this isn't specifying that pedestrian crossings will happen every 3 minutes. It's specifying automation. So automation uses algorithms to optimise the flow for all movers through the city. And that's where we look then to our traffic experts to say how that automation occurs. So I stand in support of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cross, did you have your hand up before? No. Okay. Councillor Moran?
Yes, I had never thought of it the way that Helen put it then that how often do you stand at a busy road and wait because the cars are favoured over the pedestrian. Now, one of our key tenets in our urban, attracting people to the urban situation to live is that pedestrian, we had a triangle, didn't we? Pedestrian first, cycle second, cars third. Now, we spent a lot of time getting that pyramid. The pedestrian flow through the city, I think, has gone backwards a little bit, and this is a way of catching up. So this is a policy position hammered out by previous councils that our pedestrian flow must be all important. Now, over the time, we have lost the ability to control our traffic lights, and we have the ridiculous situation in North Adelaide with the north-south one. Traffic flow goes on for about 10 minutes and then you get a couple of seconds to dash across if you're going east-west. So the almighty car pendulum has swung in favour it over the last 5 or 6 years. Also, in the city, there are always pedestrians at every intersection. There are always cars going in the other direction, crossing that intersection. Very rarely in the city do you have a time where you would be waiting and there are no cars. In the surrounds, yes, you would. But I think it's worked very well that we've had during the pandemic. And look, let's be really honest about it. The pandemics are probably in our future for a while, or viruses are probably in our future for a while. And also, because we've had no-touch things, we've all washed our hands and worn masks and everything, nobody gets the flu. Nobody's had a cold for quite a long time. So perhaps we should take on some of the pandemic health things that we did and make them permanent. And as Helen said, it's not just the blunt force that we use now. if we had them all as automatic, we would fine-tune that. I suggest too, if we do go to that we remove those teeny little blue signs that even with my glasses on, they're in 10 different languages and they're the size of a pinhead, and just put a big finger pressing a button with a big red line through it. That's what we should do. But this is a good idea, and one that hasn't seemed to have held the traffic up in the city. I don't see any more traffic jams than the tram held the traffic up in the city. Certainly did, but I haven't noticed any problems. We've had a good trial period, there have been no complaints, everything flows quite nicely, but we don't have to press the dirty old button.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Knoll?
A couple of questions first, just as from that the commentary. Has the pedestrian mobility gone backwards in the city? I mean, we must, if we're measuring things, is that a fact, or is that correct or incorrect?
Yep. CEO?
I didn't see it go back.
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Through the presiding member, I'm aware of 2 studies that council has done in the last probably 15-20 years by Jan Gell, which timed pedestrian movement through the city. And I know there were certainly some good insights and data in relation to what the pedestrian experience is, and that was certainly fed into various smart move strategies over the years, but I'm not sure whether that data has been updated over the last few years, so I'll need to take that on notice, Councillor.
And also, we're talking about the lights and what's the most optimum way of using them. How do we assess those now?
CEO?
Thank you through the chair. So for a bit more detail on that, I'll need to ask Mr McCready to share that with you. Thank you. Mr McCready.
Thank you, CEO, through Deputy Lord Mayor. The automation is basically based on traffic flow, so they're looking at peak hours of traffic. It's not as sophisticated as algorithms, however that's something that can certainly be looked at. So naturally the frequency of the lights would be going off or into automation mode more during the busy peak periods during in the city, Monday through Friday, and then naturally quietens down in regards to automation as we hit the evenings. But it is something that we can check with our state government colleagues who monitor the traffic lights to see what sophisticated information we have that can assist us to look at algorithms or anything that can actually improve the system.
And there are quite a few lights within the city that are controlled by the government, so that traffic is able to flow, correct?
Through Deputy Lord Mayor, all the traffic lights within the city are controlled in Norwood through the traffic centre there, and as indicated, 97 of the current crossings are in automation.
If I can just speak shortly to...
Yes, Councillor.
Now look, I mean, again, the efficiencies of our city and how we enable our traffic and our people to move around the city is something that is not set in stone. And it's something that, like I say, the majority of our lights are all, automated. I mean, I have walked around the city quite a bit and cycled quite a bit as well, and I can tell you there's a number of streets where, it does or doesn't work. So you're waiting there and you see the little red man is still on there even though the traffic has changed. So there are circumstances around the city where, these things are, even now, are not able to be automated. So the point is that we need an appropriate level of control so that we are servicing the need. Now, there are a lot of areas within our city that don't have terribly much foot traffic. And I mean, that is better done by having someone push the button, and so that they instigate that movement, because otherwise it will be part of that traffic flow, if that needs to be separate, of course. But it also requires a particular level, a particular time for that ability for someone to cross. So if you're embedding that in every set of lights in Adelaide, you are going to put an easy flow of traffic at a disadvantage. So it isn't necessarily a good outcome for the whole city, certainly where it's appropriate, certainly where you found it to be necessary. But putting it in stone, particularly when we thought about COVID, people are pushing the buttons. And I noticed that when our signs were not terribly flash, so let's not talk about those. But people automatically touch the buttons because there is an impatience, etc. anyway, and they just do that automatically because they've been trained over decades that this is what we do. So there are a lot of inherent, considerations we need to have, and I think we still need to remember that we are evolving. And we need to do this in a sensitive way, and we need to be appropriate because we are requiring our vehicles to stop longer in many instances because of that embedding of that automation, which means that our efforts to become a more efficient and more carbon neutral city, it's counterintuitive that that happens that way, but you're also making a city less, the mobility more difficult overall, and it's not for where it's important, it's for where there are, where the pedestrians are not there, and when they are, it should be just should be for them to be able to say, yes, I'm here, and that makes that whole driving around the city a lot easier, a lot more efficient. So I don't see a need that we do all the lights like that. I just see where it's appropriate, absolutely, and we see them, we cross those streets every day, but I don't think we need to do it everywhere. And let us manage our city well, and so that we do transition, enabling more people to come through here, more cycling, more scootering, all that, but let's do it in a flexible way so that we are delivering to the needs of the people rather than just saying a blanket, leave it as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I mean, I wasn't going to speak to it because it's obvious it's where this is going to go with full faction and voting for it, but I'm actually really thinking this through. I would rather it be a report rather than action. No one in here is an expert. None of us are. And we're asking to change something permanently based on what you think and what you feel and you think nothing's changed. And I can't vote for something that I'm thinking and feeling. Then you've got Councillor Donovan, who I know who reads extensively on all of this, but she just said there's both merits and both arguments between what Councillor Kira was saying and what other experts have been saying. So for me, this doesn't seem to be the right path to go on to say, yep, let's just do it because I like it, I want it, and that's what I want. But there has been a very mixed review from the public out there. There are some people, yes, that do like it, and other people that can't stand it because the button is, the signal system is right outside their home, and it's very noisy for them. I don't know why we're not looking into touchless buttons. Why don't we just change the technology? There are people that want that on demand. There are people that don't like to be stopped and at that point of when it's automated, told to move. They want to have that facility to be, to have the demand of the button and for them to move when they need to. We're saying that it's not, if it works well if it's automated well. We don't know if it's automated well. So I don't know, it just all seems to me like an idea that we're going to put in permanently without any report, without any experts telling us or advising us how our city runs, and it's just something that we feel like it should be done because we like it and experts have said this, but there's another side of the argument. It just seems to be all wishy-washy, and I can't vote for something that's not very clear and directive.
Councillor Donovan, you have...
Thank you. Yes, I have spoken.
Yes.
Can I just provide a correction?
Correction to...
Correction. So I didn't actually say that there were merits to what Councillor Kera said. No, legitimately. I acknowledge what you said and the perception...
So are you providing clarification on what you mentioned earlier?
On what Councillor Kouros said I said. So I didn't say there were merits to what Councillor Kira said. I said that I recognise the perception that it would slow down traffic, but in fact the research shows the opposite. That's what I said.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just raised a point of order. I note with irony that's exactly the same.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that that's exactly the same thing that Councillor Martin raised a huge ruckus about. I won't be doing that. I just wanted to point that out.
I did check.
Members, any others? Yes, Councillor Martin?
Yeah, look, I just wonder, I have listened intently, and I just wonder whether or not the mover might consider a slight variation, asking the administration to provide a report. You won't accept that? Okay.
Thank
Let me speak for just one moment. Look, unlike some people, I'm sure, my view of this has flip-flopped with the debate. I was going to support it, I was not going to support it, and then going to support it, and now I think there is some merit in the argument that there needs to be some justification for that decision. I think it's a great idea. I accept the points that have been made by Councillor Donovan that it does provide an equitable treatment of both motorists and pedestrians, and there's no doubt in my mind that the balance in the city is fairly heavily tilted in favour of motorists. But I would like to have a little more clarification about the benefits of a permanent automation in order to be able to make an informed judgment. If the mover won't accept that variation, then I'll have to vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other discussion on this item? Before I pass over to Councillor Snape to wrap up, am I able to, through the CEO, able to get some clarification on point number 5, where it's recommended that this is applied to 97 pedestrian crossings. So does that mean that the motion needs to be varied in a way to reflect that or not?
Thank you through the chair. I don't think it does, but Tom, are you comfortable with the motion as is and that it would include the 97?
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, if the intention is to continue with the trial as it is with the 97, we're very clear because that is the heavily pedestrianised areas and doesn't go into areas which doesn't have a high volume of traffic. So we're happy if it's the 97, yes.
So did you need the motion to be varied to say no? Okay. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Snape, did you want to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I just want to assure people in the room this isn't all pedestrian crossings anyway. It is only 97 of 130. So yes, it's a substantial amount for sure, but it's not all of the traffic lights, traffic crossings, I should say. I also just want to. I'm curious in regards to some of the positions that have changed in the room since January when we had Councillor Kouros and all of us working together to create such great policy, and now at the touch of a button, ironically, that seems to have that goodwill seems to have disappeared. This isn't about COVID. We keep talking about COVID. Yes, it was something that was brought in during COVID as part of our trying to reassure individuals who are coming into the city that the city is safe. But it's part of a wider policy platform. It's part of a wider push towards a more smart, a more safer, a more traversable city. So this is good policy, and if it's blocked on the floor of council today, I'll be very disappointed. But as is life.
Okay, let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against?
Oh my God.
Division. That is lost.
Division. Oh God.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, members. That takes us to 17.4. Councillor Snape, free first hour EV charging.
I put the motion to the floor and I look for a seconder.
Do we have a seconder, members? Councillor Kera, thank you.
So yes, for me this is part of our goal to become a carbon neutral city, heading hopefully towards a carbon zero city. This is policy that we supported as a council up until late last year, and while I acknowledge there is a small cost involved, I genuinely believe that this is outweighed by the visitors that this policy brings into the city. This is smart policy, this is the right policy, and this is a profitable policy. And quite simply with that, I'll put it to a ream.
Councillor Kira?
Yeah, thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. To start with a question, just to be certain, the projected cost of this from the administration comments is approximately it was $10,000 before, and it's $20,000 going forward for the next.
Going forward, that's my understanding.
Per annum.
CEO, can we confirm that, please?
Thank you. Through the Chair, I think paragraph 8 talks to the foregone revenue this financial year of $10,000.
Yep. And then a doubling for the subsequent, I think. Okay. That is why. My apologies. It is set out there in front of me. I just wanted to be sure about it because that's a pretty crucial aspect of this. So if it's $20,000 per annum, I mean, obviously this can be revisited if costs go through the roof. I'm speaking in favour of the motion, obviously. It can be revisited if costs go through the roof. But if it's $20,000, a continuation of this policy at $20,000 a year rather than $10,000, I think it's worth the cost. I think a transition to electric vehicles would be a wonderful thing for the city, for the country, and for the planet. There's all sorts of barriers to electric vehicles being taken up. Cost is a major barrier. It is worth reflecting. I will point out that this, in some ways, is something of a subsidy. Where it is subsidy, it is the case that I believe higher income owners generally are the people who own electric vehicles rather than low income earners. That's something I think we need to keep in mind with some of this sort of stuff. But I think that overall, the messaging and the encouragement of electric vehicle usage by the continuation of the policy at this juncture, when we have yet to have the snowball effect of electrification take place naturally, I think it's a good thing to do overall. I'd love to see the end of the internal combustion engine. This might speed it up.
Thank you, Councillor Kira. Members, any other? Councillor Kouros?
Just have a question. We've got there what the total revenue is of $10,000, but do we know what that brings back into the city? People coming in to charge their vehicle, what their spend is back into the city?
What their spend is?
Yeah. Do we know what they do? They come in, they charge their card.
I don't know whether any administration comments referred to anything like that, but I'll get the CEO to clarify.
Wondered.
Thank you, through the presiding member, through the chair. No, we don't. We have 46,000 on-street parking stations across the city, and we don't have that data in terms of what each of those parking moments and what necessarily people are doing.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Kouros?
Okay, I just wanted to question. Would that be difficult to do? Sorry. It would be? Yeah.
Okay, members. Councillor Mackie? I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Just very, very quickly, I commend Councillor Snape for the motion and Councillor Kira for seconding the motion. I think this sends a very good signal for a very minimal financial impact. This is the future. There will inevitably be far more electric vehicles and there will inevitably be far more charging stations. We would hopefully down the stream reap a greater harvest by positioning ourselves as very, very, very pro-electric vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Knoll?
I mean, of course, we want to encourage people as much as possible to come to the city, but I think through some of the later motions, they come here for the purposes that we have, the services, the things that they need to do, their various appointments, whatever that may be. And in this, we also still have to remember that they're still going to be paying for parking. So paying for parking, And if I go correctly, the average charge is $2.68, which means it's about $1.19 that we are actually subsidising someone. And of course, it's not much money, but is that a incentive or disincentive? I mean, I would doubt that very much, because the conversations that everybody seems to have is about the cost of parking. So, as an incentive to come to the city, I would think it's more of certainly a very minor detail, but I think overall we need to consider differently that the city needs to be a destination, and we're happy to encourage people in every which way to come to town, and obviously using other alternatives. We need to encourage those. And as minor as this is, I don't think this is going to make any difference to anybody in the sense of encouraging people to use the city instead of another destination. And I think, we can vote for this and change it another time when it becomes a more significant thing, but we are subsidising generally people who are of a means that are able to afford these sorts of vehicles. And it really is inconsequential what we're offering them as an incentive to actually use the city.
Thank you, Councillor Connell. Members, any other discussion on this? In that case, I'll go back to Councillor Snape to sum up.
Summed up.
Thank you. Members to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Members, we have item 17.8. Councillor Snape, Rainbow Walk repaint. Councillor Mackie as a seconder. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge this is a public art installation, not a footpath. We'll get to the degrading state of our footpaths later on. As such, I'm concerned with some of the administrative comments in regards to the council asset management plan, and that we might not see any TLC for potentially up to 3 years. And this walk, this monument, is in desperate need for some tender love and care, as per the photo that I have sent around to elected members last Friday. Shortly after my predecessor, now Legislative Council member Robert Sims's motion on including a stencil of the 2020 repeal of the gay panic defence, he, Councillor Mackie and myself went down to the walk to take some photos and do a bit of social media. But quite honestly, we were actually rather embarrassed about what we came across, and it wasn't really photo worthy. The walk is faded, it is stained, and it's covered in gum. This year is the 50th anniversary of the tragic death of Dr. Joy Duncan, the date of which is the first date that we have marked on the Rainbow Walk, and it's a start, in this state at least, of the long and not yet complete march towards equality. It is therefore fitting that the Rainbow Walk takes pride of place, and it is upgraded in time for the 50th anniversary. I'll also note that much of the original expenditure for the Rainbow Walk was in fact construction and the landscaping. All we're asking for is a fresh lick of paint. And with that, I'll commend the motion to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snape. Councillor Mackie?
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Echo Councillor Snape's words, sentiment and intent, and I also do want to underscore this is a paint job. It's not a structurally complex exercise, and I refuse to believe that we can't have this in place by the 10th of May, the actual 50th anniversary. There isn't a need for public consultation to simply refresh that which already exists, and it emerged as a result of public consultation. I have every confidence in our administration's ability to turn things around in a very timely manner. They've shown you, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, they've shown themselves time and again capable of doing that. I would far rather, and I would encourage my fellow councillors to support that this be done in time for the 50th anniversary. There, on the 10th of May, there is, at the moment in the Adelaide Festival of Arts, a landmark production. I think tonight is the final performance, called Watershed. the death of Dr. Duncan. I had the pleasure of hosting the librettists and the composer and everybody involved with the production after the preview last Wednesday evening, and that preview attracted a unanimous standing ovation. I know I'm not here to talk about that production, but it underscores a renaissance of interest in this very, very significant piece of social history. And so I'm making this claim, yes, obviously as a gay man, it's important to me, but this is a piece of public art. It's not a piece of infrastructure, it just happens to be public art on infrastructure, and a lick of paint would make all the difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kera?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. I speak in favour of this. It's always worth doing these things. I know it's a little bit in advance of when it was going to happen, but it's worth doing. It's a lest we forget type of thing. And I just, so I speak wholeheartedly in favour of doing this, of this motion. It does make me reflect. I do wish, just sort of incidentally, that the same thing could have happened to the sculptures in Hayek Plaza, in Festival Plaza, which were allowed to be degraded and decrepit, and just added to the case of state governments to demolish them, develop that whole plaza and do all that stuff and whatnot, which is quite a horrible outcome, I think. So that's by the by.
Thank you, Councillor Kera. Members, any other discussion on this? I might just get some comment from CEO if I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Chair, I do just want to clarify there were a couple of comments from members tonight that we shouldn't treat public art through asset management plans, but just to confirm, all our public art we do treat as asset management through the lens of our asset management. That enables us to make sure that all public art is made sure it's in the good condition. So just to clarify, by talking to it in the admin comment as asset management plan wasn't in any way to not recognise that it is public art.
Thank you, CEO. Members, if there's no other discussion, Councillor Snape to sum up, please.
I'm not sure if this is protocol. In my summing up, am I able to ask the administration, through you, Chair, is it possible, considering the voices that we heard tonight, that it is done by the May 10th, or is that a physical impracticality?
CEO?
Thank you, through the Chair. When Mr McCready and I discussed this yesterday morning, we did talk about if this is supported tonight, that it would mean certainly other projects perhaps being put on hold. But Mr McCready, if you could just clarify, please.
Thank you, CEO, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So it's my understanding what I've heard tonight is what you're really asking for is a lick of paint and to fix up the stencils. However, in the original intent for this was to look at a complete redo in line with our asset management plan, which would also incorporate consultation, because there has been changes in regards to what would need to go in there, stencils, information and whatever. However, in keeping with what's there, if it is a lick of paint, we will work towards that timeline.
Thank you, Tom.
So yes, thanks, Tom. So yes, my understanding of the intent of this motion is that it is repainting the rainbow itself and the existing stenciled white stencil dates on it. Nothing additional to that. That's the intent of the motion. And I guess with that, I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Fully unanimous on that. Thank you. Members, that takes us to item 17.11, Councillor Mackey, Ukrainian conflict.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. With your indulgence, I note that fellow Councillor Kouros has a motion of very similar intent, and with your indulgence and the concurrence of Councillor Kouros, I would like to turn my main motion, I will read it in a moment, to item 1, and then to take paragraph 2 of Councillor Kouros's motion and add that to this.
Has anyone seconded it?
Sorry?
Has anyone seconded this?
I'm just speaking to it before.
Sorry, yeah, I'll second the motion.
Sure, Councillor Couros. You've got a second in Councillor Couros, so go for it, Councillor Mackie. Before you proceed, let's just double check, make sure that that is all.
And the only variation to Councillor Kouros's paragraph that with your agreement as seconder, that in inviting members of the Ukrainian community in Adelaide through the Lord Mayor to Wright, of course, as the Leader of Council, but inviting them to meet with her and the Deputy Lord Mayor, I would actually extend that invitation to all elected members. Councillor Couros, I know you would want to be available, be there if possible. This is not a controversial motion. A number of us attended the rally a couple of Sundays ago. It was incredibly moving, incredibly powerful, and of course what we are seeing unfold on our TV screens is the very worst of human tragedy about to unfold. We have a very proud Ukrainian diaspora community in South Australia. I grew up with Ukrainian Australians. My best friend at high school was a Ukrainian Australian. I myself have Polish ancestry. This is very close to home for a great number of people, and in fact, it doesn't actually matter what your cultural background is. This is a human tragedy being played out. All members from all parties who spoke at that rally spoke in very, very compelling terms, and it was an act of non-partisanship. I want to go beyond bipartisanship. It was an act of non-partisanship, and I would sincerely hope that this evening we can exercise that same spirit and give this unanimous support.
Thank you. Councillor Couros, second. Sorry.
Do you want to go? I reserve my right. Councillor Kira wants to go.
Sure. Councillor Kira?
I'm in no rush. No pun intended. Look, thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. This is all fine. I just wonder whether, just wanted to sort of spill it just to the mover of the motion, to Councillor Mackie, whether you might consider varying it just to. The only problem, as I see it, is that we do have people of Russian descent in the community, and I think that we can get our intention, which is our really support for people of Ukrainian descent and for the Ukrainian community, without necessarily having the aggression by the Russian armed forces stuck in there. I'm sorry?
Yes, Councillor Kira, you've got the floor, so please speak to the motion.
Whether Councillor Mackie would vary to remove that stuff which might upset some people whilst retaining the rest of it, and if not, whether he would agree to having the motion voted on in part.
Councillor Mackie?
The answer through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, is no to both. I understand Councillor Kira's desire not to offend anybody. However, this is a prima facie act of aggression. It's not about Russian people.
That's fine, Councillor Mackie. You can probably speak to that when you're summing up. But Councillor Kira, did you want to continue?
Well, Lee's in a sort of peculiar position because we all want to express support for what that's worth. But we have something here that is going to antagonise people of Russian descent. I think there will be that outcome, unfortunately, from this motion. And what Councillor Couros had presented was something that we could all get behind. No one supports what's going on there, by the way, of course. It is quite obvious, but for a city council to be taking those steps to use that sort of language that may well antagonise a very substantial Russian population within the city, I think is problematic. So, moreover, I think this is why, if we are going to I'll let Councillor Moran finish the discourse if she wishes.
Councillor Kira, you've got the floor, so please continue.
I think that it is one of those problems where, as a council, it raises that issue. If we are going to make statements about world affairs, I mean, there's lots of conflicts going on in the world at any one time. We ought to do it, I think, in a way that is, sensitive to people in general. Otherwise, we will be accused. It's the sort of thing that can lead to the council having, some adverse comments made about or thoughts about councils where this is not our purview. This is a federal government matter. So I'll leave it at that. I do, of course, support the spirit of the motion, but I'm troubled by that sort of that particular section of language.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Khera. Councillor Moran?
Yes, I wasn't going to speak because it's a really no-brainer, I would have thought, to condemn the brutal actions of President Putin. If there are indeed Russians who are offended by this, I don't really mind if they're offended by it. The friends that I know who are of Russian descent are very against the Ukrainian war, and to pander to somebody who supports it by removing the truth out of this motion is repulsive to me. To say that this is just one of the many conflicts around the world diminishes it to the point of offensiveness. I support this motion. It shouldn't be taken in parts, and it should say the honest truth, and that's what it does.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Members, any other discussion? Councillor Couros, I'll come back to you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I approached Councillor Mackie to combine our motions together, and I was hoping that we would speak all of this in a very heartfelt way. It's very sad what is happening over there, and we're very lucky to be living in Australia. I'm just a little bit disappointed by some of the comments, and I understand Councillor Khera's position not wanting to offend Russian people. I understand on the other point, that Councillor Moran says that it is taking away what's actually happening there. So I'm just hoping that we can just all come together rather than attack each other and just say, well, everyone's got different opinion. He was looking at it in a different way. It is terrible what's happening out there. Let's extend peace within our own chamber and just take on what is actually happening in this world and think about how lucky we are. And I'm very grateful that Councillor Mackie had agreed to combine the motions together, because I think we are seriously on the same page on this.
Thank you, Councillor Couros. Councillor Martin.
Look, I wasn't going to say anything after Councillor Couros' remarks, but look, I will say I don't think we should be censoring our thoughts in any way. This is one of the most appalling human catastrophes in the 21st century. I thought, like everybody else, we left this sort of thing behind last century, and yet it's occurring, and contrary to the assertion that it's none of our business, this kind of conflict rattles the community, and particularly members of the Ukrainian community, with whom I was proud to march a week ago. Also it touches raw nerves about aggression generally. And I note that representatives of the Hong Kong community, representatives of the Uyghur community, and others who fear aggression of this nature were sufficiently energised to go and to protest loudly. I think we should be shouting that we are displeased, like everybody else in this country, as loudly as possible, and I hope that commotion is heard all the way from here to Moscow. It really is an important message to send not only to our country, but to the people of this city.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Members, any other discussion on this? Before I hand back to Councillor Mackie to sum up, I too would like to express my support for this. I think whilst this is an international issue, and as a local government authority we don't have any power to do anything there, I think the community here does need some support, and I guess it will be reassuring for them to know that we stand shoulder to shoulder with them. I know myself, with my family, fleeing a war-torn country is horrible, and know what Councillor Kouros is saying in terms of how lucky we are, and we just don't realise how lucky we do have that until we witness such atrocities overseas. So back to you, Councillor Mackie, to sum up.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I appreciate your endorsement from the Chair as well. Councillors, none of us have, through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, none of us have a monopoly on compassion. I would hope, and notwithstanding that I understand Councillor Carer's desire not to offend anybody, this motion makes clear I'm talking about the Russian armed forces, not talking about the Russian people, of whom millions turned out in protest at the same time as tens of millions turned out elsewhere around the world. So I commend the motion, and I hope to see unanimous support.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Can we record that as unanimous, please? Thank you. Members, before we go on to the next item, what I might do is, given that it is 8:10, I will ask that we adjourn for about 20 minutes or so that we will come back at 8:30 p.m. Thank you, members. Item 17.9 before us. Councillor Kouros, safer urban speed limits.
I'll take it as read. Is there anyone like to second that?
Yeah, Councillor Snape.
This motion's come about because I have had discussions with residents, and mainly in North Adelaide, and mainly in the main streets in North Adelaide, being Melbourne Street and O'Connell Street. But I'm applying it across the board of the city. So I know there's two arguments to this, but I'm not an expert, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm not an expert. So there's studies done, there's discussions that have been done, there's people of opinions, there's people that have opinions one way, this way, but we are all, and every single one of us here is not an expert. So I'm just asking for an investigation. There are different viewpoints, and I don't want to debate them. I'm just hoping that councillors tonight just to agree on the aspect of that the world is changing and that we are looking at the way that we are using the city. We want our city to continue being, we are considered to be the most livable city in the world. In Australia, sorry. And we want to be in the world. So if we want to just continue pushing the boundaries, investigating that, working out what is best for our main streets and for our community, our residential community, people that live in the city, that's what I'm basically asking for, and I'm hoping that everyone can support that on the merit that it is that we're looking at trying to do things better.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Councillor Snape?
Yes, I thank Councillor Kouros for moving this motion. It is an excellent motion. It is very similar to what I have in my draft folder on my computer, so I'm happy in this instance we've beaten to a punch. I can also confirm that residents in the south have similar concerns, so I think we've got opinions from both north and south being represented in the discussion tonight. The difference between being hit by a car at 50 kilometres an hour before and being hit by a car at 40 kilometres an hour is massive. The chance of surviving a 40 kilometre an hour accident is exponential. So in comparison, so it is a common sense motion. And I certainly encourage my fellow councillors to support this. And let's get a bit of bipartisanship and maybe unanimous. I don't know. I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Snape. Councillor Kiro.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, sadly, I speak against this. 40 kilometres an hour makes sense in residential streets. I repeat, 40 kilometres an hour makes sense in residential streets. The problem is in relation, Councillor Kouros has this in relation to main streets. And in relation to main streets, we are part of a network. We don't have the right to hold up traffic across the city. The public knows this, and more fines for the public is not the right message to set out for our city businesses. So on that basis, I sadly won't be able to support this. I do wish Councillor Kouros could at least separated residential from main, but they're all bundled together, and I think it's the wrong message at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Kiro. I had Councillor Ho, and then I had you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just a question to ask the mover whether or not I should be able to put it into two parts. One is for residential and the other one is for Main Street.
Sorry, what was the question again, Councillor Ho?
Whether or not whether or not the mover would be happy to break the motion into two parts.
Into two parts.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
And did you have a second part as well?
Yeah, the first part is for residential zone and the other part is for Main Street.
Okay.
I'm okay with residential zone for 40k, but I do have some concerns about to put 40k an hour for Main Street. Just an example that previously I think we have already tried 40k per hour on High Street, and the pushback it has proved that it doesn't work. And besides that, when I'm looking at, Guja Street, Grove Street, on the eastern part of Guja or Road, it might be okay to have it on 40. But on the other side, after you pass Morphic Street, there's no point to keep it at 40. All right, it has to be 50. All right, that is just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I did forget to do was check with the seconder to see whether if it's okay to take them in parts. So, Councillor Snape, are you happy to have that in parts? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment, if I may, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yes.
And if the administration could bring up the original motion, I would like to propose that it reads that council.
Just stay with us for 1 second, please, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
The council asks the administration to conduct a public consultation into the current...
Just 1 second, Councillor Martin, sorry. It's the administration to conduct...
a consultation into and then resume with the current speed limits in residential and main streets to assess attitudes to reducing speed limits including to 40 kilometres an hour, to support city safety, city road safety.
Thank you, and I see a secondary Councillor Moran.
Thank you for that, Chair. Look, I don't have any specific opposition to a reduction in speed limits. There is certainly plenty of evidence to suggest, as Councillor Snape was, that reductions in speed limits lead to fewer fatalities, certainly fewer serious accidents. But there are also equally statistics that show that lower speeds also assist business. But
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask for a point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor
My point is whether this is a legitimate amendment. We just had a variation of the original motion such that the motion had two parts.
Just 1 second, Councillor.
And this is negating one half of that motion. It's now negated by this.
Just 1 second, Councillor Kira. I'll seek some governance as well. No. Mick, did you want to provide any clarification on that?
Through you, Chair, it's not correct because the residential zones and main streets are in the amendment as well, so it's not negating any part of the original motion as varied.
So, can I ask what was the point of order in terms of standing orders?
Sorry?
What is the point of order in terms of standing orders?
The point of order was that there was thought about the amendment negating parts of the original motion, but we've got the clarification, so we're okay to proceed.
Okay. Well, look, Chair, I hope the clock is reset for the Kira interruption, the Councillor Kira interruption.
Yes, it is.
I think the one thing that is always missing in these discussions about speed limits is actually what our stakeholders think. What do businesses think about speed reductions? What do our residents think about speed reductions? What do people who use the city think about speed reductions? To ask people straight out what their view is implies that we as a council are interested to know what our stakeholders believe we should be doing in the city. And everywhere else where speed reductions have been contemplated, those contemplations have been accompanied by extensive consultation. You know, for example, I read just recently in Prospect, there were consultations for a very long period of time before there was an agreement reached about their current speed zone regimen. And similarly, in Norwood, St Peters and Paynham, I fear that unless we conduct a public consultation, ask people what they're thinking, then there is a risk that this will be seen as another one of those top-down decision-making processes where we agree on a recommendation from a report prepared by the administration that 40 kilometres an hour is the perfect speed for the city's main streets and residential zones, and perhaps we might go to consultation on that. But this is a much more democratic process. It's actually asking our stakeholders, what do you think about the idea of reducing speeds, including the 40 kilometres an hour, to support road safety? We are actually practicing democracy. We are asking people what they think. Now, I have no doubt that a large number of people would endorse 40 kilometres an hour. I have no doubt a large number of businesses will respond by saying they would prefer something different. I have no doubt also that there will be those who would want a further reduction in speed limits in some areas to accommodate, for example, large numbers of children active near schools and the like. May I have 30 seconds, please?
Show of hands, please, members.
For 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Yep, that's fine. Please proceed.
Thank you. So this motion then contemplates the possibility that people can express an opinion, and on the basis of that opinion that is presented to council, it is then up to council to determine whether or not it is possible to introduce that speed limit in relation to the existing regimen on roads that adjoin the city, and indeed in terms of whatever the state legislation says. A democratic process is a much more equitable way of approaching this, rather than simply asking the administration to come back and tell us what they think about a 40 kilometre an hour reduction in the city of Adelaide.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Kouros. Councillor Moran, I probably should have come back to you. Yes, Councillor Moran.
Yes, thank you. Look, I don't know. I'm not an expert on speeds. 40 kilometres is pretty slow on some streets. Going up Montefiore Hill, we have a 60 because we agreed that to get the speed up to get over the hill. So I won't be voting for the original motion at all until I get feedback. I don't think that many people, if you go to consultation, are going to support it. That's not saying that it's not a good idea, but I'm unsure what our ratepayers will consider, and that basically we are their representatives, and we should listen to them. This is a very 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Greg remembers bringing the 50s in. That was quite contentious, and most of the businesses and a lot of the residents were totally against it. So I think we do need, when we're not sure and making such a big sociological change, that we should ask the ratepayers.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I was asking for an investigation purely because we're not experts, and I would love to see a report that details what that would look like, that would detail the benefits or not the benefits. I would prefer, when I talk about main streets, we're talking about the main streets that we would define them by. Melbourne Street, O'Connell Street, Hutt Street, Guja Street. I'm not talking about changing to Kilwilliam Road, Montefiore Road, or anything like that. I have no problem asking the public what their thoughts are, but I mean, if you downright go out and ask them, do you want to reduce to 40 kilometres per hour, they're going to say no. Of course they're going to say no. So, you know, that without the context of understanding what it would bring to the city or what it would do for the city, I'm a little bit hesitant about it going straight to a consultation, although in the end that's where it will go anyway. I just wanted to start the process in regards to an investigation. It's never been asked before, it's never been done before. We only done it on one street, on Hutt Street, many years ago. Yes, I remember it not being very successful. I was actually a trader on Hutt Street at the time. I remember it was an uproar, but they were not taken on a journey to understanding anything about what changing the speed limits can do within the community or for the streets or for the city, so to speak. So I'm actually just mindful that with public consultations, they can go completely one way, and there will be people saying no to something that they don't have any understanding about. Councillor Martin believes that it will be immensely popular. Councillor Moran believes it won't be popular. I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable going down this way. So I would rather do an investigation first, have a discussion, take people on a journey to what it would look like, maybe take that out to a consultation, take the report out to a consultation, but just to go out right and say, hey, what do you think about reducing it to 40k? You reckon it'd be great? Of course they're going to say no. I would say no. It's fear. So we're going back to instilling fear into the public again, and I just think this is just the wrong way to go down.
Thank you, Councillor Couros. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I just ask a question first? If I speak to this amendment, and if the amendment fails, can I still propose a variation of the original already varied motion? Yes. Okay. So speaking to this amendment, I do not support the idea of going to a public consultation, though I do support the idea of going through the process of an information, I wouldn't necessarily use the word consultation, through a process with the public, and I think that that can still be achieved with the initial wording, which said something about the requirements to achieve the 40 km per hour zone. When we go back, I would ask that we just vary slightly, if possible, if this does fail, to say or below, to ensure that we factor in areas like school zones or shared zones which are below 40 kilometres already. Councillor Snape already referenced the exponential relationship between speed and serious injury. So as you go down 10 kilometres, from 50 kilometres down to 40 kilometres, you halve the likelihood of serious injury. As you drop further, you drop it down to almost zero. So that's the risk, but actually when you look at the stats over the last year or so, it's far more dramatic than that. If you look at the local government metropolitan crash stats for under 50 kilometres per hour, 69 all casualties. When the speed is signposted at 50 kilometres per hour, 901, so 10 kilometres, we go from 69 up to 901, and at 60 kilometres per hour we go up to 2,135. So, that 10 kilometre difference as we go down to under 50 kilometres per hour is a tenfold difference in reduction. So it makes an enormous difference, and what we need to do is go through the process of identifying how we're going to do that, and part of, I hope, what would come out of such a motion in terms of the requirements would be to work with the community to go through that education process, and also to ensure that people feel comfortable where any issues may arise, that we actually provided the information, as has been provided to us as elected members earlier in our term, where we saw actually if you drop it down to 40 kilometres per hour, I recall that actually most parts of the city you can only travel at 28 kilometres per hour anyway. So that's the average speed through the city. So if we look at the amount of time that it would take to drop down to 40 kilometres per hour, in fact for most people it would have such a minuscule difference, but it would make a difference to safety, so it's well worth doing. So I won't support the amendment, but I do support the initial motion.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Councillor Knoll.
I too think this is too narrow for what we really need to do, simply because we talk about an investigation. An investigation is about broad, and it enables you to bring in a lot more elements. I mean, certainly a public consultation can be an element of that, because again, that's about people's opinions. I mean, there is that where you consult experts around these things about the practicality and all the other aspects that you need to encompass in when you're trying to do this. I mean, it's not about the 40, because in a lot of the streets around the city, 40 is not a big deal, simply because they're not main roads. But the question is that when we are doing our consideration, and most of the public consultation will be to people within the city who have a different understanding. But don't forget, as a capital city, we need to also consider the broader stakeholder group, and that's what is always part of the conversation when we're talking about what is it we wish to do in our city. And we need to make sure that the greater need is also considered in how we do this. And by that it's about, let's look at all the options, let's bring all the different competing elements together, seeing what can be done where, and that means it's just overall a general conversation. But this has narrowed it right down, and I think that is a failing. And because it isn't just about what the public feels, it's also the other aspects about the actual practicality and that. And because main roads, I mean, again, Prospect can do that. Why? Because they don't have that sort of the broad need like we do for people driving into the city. I mean, and we are a destination, and all those things I think are considered important. But their main interest is their central of their Prospect and bringing people to that. But they have a very small central business district. We have this large area, and we need to ensure that people are able to come to our city and do that efficiently. And that doesn't mean that every street has to be 40, 50 or 60. It just means that it's appropriate. But we need to have considered all of those. And it has to go much further than just having a public consultation, because it is about, again, a major reform about how people are going to use and access our city. And I think it just needs to have the ability to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, any other discussion on this amendment? If there is none, I'll go back to the mover of the amendment to sum up.
Thank you. Look, I understand that there is a desire to push a 40 kilometre per hour result. That is the motion that's been placed to you that I am in. That is 40 kilometres an hour it is. And as a consequence of that, there will be a process, not necessarily a consultation, in the eyes of some of the councillors. In others, there is a view that they are uncomfortable with public consultation. But let me say that this is an argument which is well understood within the community. These discussions around reductions in speed limits have been going on for years, and those that have occurred in other local government areas have been widely reported. There is a level of sophistication in the community about their views. What is proposed in this is an opportunity for people to express a view. If this is lost, then the outcome is that we commission a report that characterises the advantages and disadvantages of introducing 40 kilometres per hour, after which we may have a process at which people are spoken to. Now, I think that's pretty unsatisfactory. I think this is a sophisticated debate. This is something about which people have an opinion, and we should allow them to express it. You know, the days of top-down, this is what we'd like to do, this is good for you, are long gone. This is a participatory democracy, and the best way for us to handle such a controversial issue is to allow members of the public, our stakeholders, our ratepayers, who include residential and business, to have a say. Tell us, what do you think? Do you think 40 kilometres is a good idea? Should it be less? Should it be 30 in some zones? Should it be 50 in others? Allow people to tell us, not to tell them that we are commissioning a report to provide a clear picture of the advantages of reducing to 40 kilometres an hour, and then we might have a word with you. That's the wrong way around. This way provides the best opportunity for people to have a say.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against? And that fails. We go back to the original motion. Okay, members, was there any other discussion on the original motion? Councillor Donovan?
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I just ask for a slight variation from the mover and the seconder So reducing the speed to 40 kilometres exactly, or less, just acknowledging that in school zones it's 25 kilometres per hour, in shared zones it's 10 kilometres per hour. So it would be keeping those as they are, so 40 kilometres or less, if the mover and seconder are happy with that.
What about title?
In alignment with speed zones that are already below 40 kilometres per hour.
Okay, let's
So you could say in brackets, so or less, and then bracket on, in alignment with speed zones that are already below 40 kilometres per hour. Great. And I just add to the debate that's occurred already that there are areas like this where the research is so well established that of course we want to ensure that we are taking the community along for the ride, no pun intended, but you know, we don't need to question that this will be effective. It's been done all over the world, all over Australia. We know it will be effective. So it's like saying, are we going to ask the community whether or not they have seatbelts? Are we going to ask the community whether or not, you know, we use an effective vaccine? We don't do those things. We say, this is the process, this is the end goal that we're reaching, and we go through an education process, and we also ensure that the way that those processes are rolled out is in alignment with community expectations, and so we discuss that along the way. So this is one of those areas where we know it works, we know it's successful, we know it's the outcome we want to reach, and so then the consultation process or the discussion or the education process is going to be around ensuring that that happens as smoothly as possible and bringing everyone along on that journey.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Members, any other discussion on this before I go back to the mover to sum up?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think it's timely to have this investigation. I understand what Councillor Martin and Councillor Moran might be, and Councillor Mackey for that matter, might be a bit hesitant because the public. It would be a very difficult one with the public. I think there will be a lot of mixed comments and mixed thoughts and all of that if we go straight to a consultation. Myself, if I was not in this council and I received something in my letterbox or I was told to consult on something just to reduce something at the streets at 40 k's an hour, I would say no. It would be a fear because I would not know what that would entail. So I hope that they will support an investigation. I hope they will support the fact that we can go down the path of actually bringing the public on a journey to making an informed decision rather than one that will be based on their fear.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? Sorry, yes, thank you. Well, let's go to 17.9 Part 1. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried.
Division. Council members, a division has been called on Part 1 of the motion. All those in favour, please remain standing.
Councillor Mackey, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, members. Let's go to 17.9.2. All those in favour? All those against? And that fails. Yes, Councillor Martin?
Look, I just have a question. That's an entirely different motion that's been approved. The motion that this council has approved has been to reduce the speed limit in residential zones only, whereas previously the motion was to reduce speeds across the city. If that motion was proposed, that's a different matter and it would have led to a different debate. It's entirely different.
We literally took the vote took the motion into two parts, and we voted on the two different components of the motion.
So no, my question is, if we are talking of main streets and residential zones. In a CBD, what is a residential zone?
A residential zone?
Yes.
Well, if you want technicalities and a definition, I'll refer you to the CEO or one of the directors.
Sorry, point of order. The vote's just been passed.
The vote, actually, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Kira. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, Councillor Kira. Yeah. No, you're right. Thank you, Councillor Martin. You may take your seat.
I agree with
Councillor
both.
Donovan, are you able to just switch your mic off? I made a mistake of not recaffeinating during the break, so now I'm obviously paying for it. Members, that takes us to item 17.3. We have a motion by Councillor Snape, Footpath Condition Index.
I put motion as read and seek a seconder.
The seconder and Councillor Mackie.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. So let me take you back all the way to July last year when this wide-eyed, eager candidate was door-knocking around the city, especially around residential areas in southwest, southeast and North Adelaide. I consider myself reasonably young and reasonably fit or sprite, perhaps. Yet even I tripped over uneven and damaged pavements on no less than 3 separate occasions. As an outsider looking in, and indeed as a still relative newcomer here on council, one can sometimes be forgiven that for thinking that we spend a lot of our footpath budget paving and repaving some of the same areas. I won't name particular areas, I don't want to start an argument, but it's obvious to a lot of people where. And sometimes indeed fixing mistakes, slippery pavers in Hind Street come to mind. So meanwhile, our residential side streets are quite literally falling apart. This is an equity issue. This is an accessibility issue. I'm thinking prams, wheelchairs, mobility scooters and the like. The current system alone isn't working. I and others have done some research into this, and the system brought in by the only council in the late 80s, the Footpath Condition Index, I believe is a way forward. My understanding is that this combines the knowledge of high-density footpaths, areas, with that of the level of condition of the footpath. Effectively, each year the worst paths are dealt with as a matter of urgent priority, even if there are small side streets, and back alleys, so to speak. But each year, if it's done at a level that each year, the damage done, the worst footpaths are not as worst, not as bad each year. It's a rolling scheme. So that within 5 years, 10 years, theoretically our footpaths should all be in a decent condition. So I'd just like to finally say I'm not asking for an immediate implementation. I'm just asking for a report, an investigation, and a proposal from administration about how we could bring something like this forward. And with that, I'll come into the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Snape. Councillor Mackie? Thank you. Members, any discussion on this? Councillor Knoll?
I think we have a bit of confusion here about what really matters in regards to our footpaths. And if I take the first point in the administration comment, we are using world's best practice to assess them. I've heard from Councillor Kouros in a conversation how she came across a person doing the assessment of our footpaths using a camera and using the digital support to actually take real quality imagery, etc., to assess these footpaths. So it's not that our investigation is a problem. If you're considering that our footpaths are an issue, it is the fact that our remediation of those footpaths is the problem, which is, again, this is a priority about us as councillors. If that is the issue, then we as councillors need to decide that those priorities and see how much that is, and then reapportion the other priorities which the administration tries to set to try to fill all of the requirements or all the ambitions we have, and reassess them and then reprioritise them for them, so that within the budgetary frames that we have, that we are delivering. If it's going to be footpaths, then so be that, but be aware that all these things then affect all the other works and that we're trying to achieve, and some of them may be buildings, some of them may be all sorts of things, and it could be facades of special historical buildings, etc. All those things are part of this problem. So, but I also have to say I do quite a bit of running and walking around other suburbs, and I have to say that the varying levels of condition of footpaths, it does vary greatly, and obviously the more it's used, obviously the more important it is to maintain them, simply because of the sheer volume of people on that. So our issue here isn't about we should go back to the 1980s and possibly somebody do whatever they did at that time. It is about the reprioritisation of our capital works, and that's a separate thing. So I can't vote for this, because it's a completely separate issue, and it's a decision we can all make, and we can all make and ask the administration to provide us all the data on that, and with our own observation, and I do give as much opportunity as I can to alert the administration to problems on the footpaths, etc., and they've prepared some in front of the courts for me for when somebody fell over on one of the damaged curbings. The point is, that is where we do this. This is going backwards, and they are doing the best. It's up to us and our budget to be able to decide what we're going to do, when, and how much we're going to spend. And I think that won't solve this problem. We can do that through our budgetary process and our prioritisation of the works we want to do.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, any other discussion on this? Councillor Mackie?
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. My reason for supporting Councillor Snape's motion and noting the commentary from the administration, and I have to acknowledge, I find when I have made representation to our administration regarding the condition of the pedestrian realm, it is responded to in a timely manner. In supporting this, I'm not in any way criticising, but for our residents, there is a kind of opaqueness about this, and I think if I'm understanding and the spirit and essence of Councillor Snape's motion is that the footpath condition index, which was practiced in the Unley Council area, helped to provide residents with a greater understanding about the competing and relative priorities, and why when one paver is perhaps not in perfect flatness out front of their house, but compared to another pressing priority in our program, it just helps people to understand. And so all I'm in supporting this, I'm asking that we investigate it, research it.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Members, any other discussion on this? I'll go back. Yes, Councillor Donovan.
Just a brief one, Deputy Lord Mayor. From the administration's response, I gather that much of this work is already being done, but it's a matter potentially of there might be some tweaks that could improve the end point that Councillor Snape is attempting to achieve through doing this. So I'm happy to support it because I think it clarifies where we're at and what we intend to do.
Thank you. Members, if no other discussion, Councillor Snape, sum up, please.
Yes, look, I'll just say in response to Councillor Knoll, it is. I'm just asking for a report. I'm not asking for a world, I don't think. And although I don't remember the 80s because I wasn't born at that time, sometimes good systems are good systems. And from what I've researched and what I've been told, this was a good system. And it's a system that lasted decades. That's why it goes back so far. The report will either confirm or deny this. It will give us the information that we need going forward.
Thank you. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Thank you. Members, we'll go on to item 17.5, please. Councillor Martin?
Sorry, it was slow getting up with the division, please.
Sure.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackey, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Members, item 17.5, Councillor Snape, Gilbert Street Zebra Crossing Upgrade.
I'll put the motion as read and look for a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Mackey? Councillor Snape?
Okay, so I was trying to keep up with my own motions. Now and then I like to bring a small prop with me, an occasional rainbow flag or something like that. I couldn't fit a wombat crossing in my bag this time. I shall proceed all the same. So this is actually quite, joking aside, it's quite an important issue. It's about safety. It's about safety in that corner of the city, and that seems to be a common theme tonight, is safety of pedestrians. We have quite a few near misses now at that particular crossing, Gilbert Street crossing, and to administration's credit, when it was first raised late last year, we had some sign cleaning, we had some lights cleaned to try and make it more visible. Very helpful, but it didn't quite do the job because the issue was quite simply people speeding through the crossing. It wasn't about people not seeing the crossing. So I have kind of wrapped my brain about this, and I think it's the only real solution that can really slow people down is a raised wombat crossing, low gradient. I'm not after like a giant speed bump that's going to damage people's cars or anything like that. A low gradient wombat, which is a raised zebra crossing for those who are following at home, is one of the ways of doing it. It naturally slows down the car, and then people can cross as they need to. I don't think we can wait until someone gets killed or gets injured. It's one of those things I just think we need to crack on with. I will also note that I have read the administration notes on this in regards to drainage, and I'm not an expert in engineering, but it does appear to be adequate drainage either side of the crossing before you get to the crossing itself. There seems there's channels either side. But I would also, I believe, I just want to foreshadow, I think my colleague, Councillor Donovan, might have a variation which could have a similar effect, which I would also welcome. For me, it's about slowing down the cars at the crossing. With that, I'll put it to
Thank you, Councillor Snape. Councillor Mackey?
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Members, any discussion on this? Councillor Donovan?
Yes, I'd just like to propose a slight variation, which is to add on after convert to a raised wombat crossing, comma, or alternate infrastructure changes to achieve the outcome of increasing pedestrian safety. Just noting administration's comments. And actually after achieve the outcome of increasing pedestrian safety, increasing pedestrian safety. So it just needs
enhancing pedestrian safety.
Enhancing, increasing, whatever. And then bracket after safety, for example, one-way pinch points, which is really just one very random example. Noting that, as Councillor Snape said, he's not a traffic engineer. I'm not a traffic engineer. And the administration comments suggested there might be some issues with drainage, so the outcome is to increase pedestrian safety through some alternate infrastructure.
What's the one? Can we just check that with the mover and the seconder as well? That's okay? Yep. Okay, thank you. Members, any discussion on this? No. Yes, Councillor Donovan, your mic's still on. Councillor Kouros, you've got the floor.
I'd just like to know has administration received complaints about this? Is this such an issue, or as I'm only hearing from a councillor?
Tom? CEO.
Thank you, through the presiding member. I'm not aware of any current complaints, but there was a thorough review and investigation previously. Tom, if you're able to add to that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. No, we haven't received any complaints. However, as it's an investigation, we're happy to have a look to see what can be enhanced or to increase pedestrian safety. But part of that would also be a traffic impact statement to understand what incidents have occurred, so we actually know what we're dealing with.
Thank you.
On that basis, I'm happy to agree with the motion since it's an investigation, but
Thank you. Members, any other discussion on this? No? Councillor Snape, sum up?
I'll just say thank you to my fellow councillors for understanding and cooperation. Yeah, let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Can you record that as unanimous, please? Thank you. Members, we have item 17.7, Councillor Snape, Public Transport Month.
I'll put this motion to the floor and look for a second. Thank you.
You have a seconder in Councillor Mackie.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very simple one for me. It does draw parallels to a previous motion last year, but for me it's about getting people into the city. It's that simple. Well, as we've discussed repeatedly, the city has been struggling in getting activity, getting people moving around our city, spending money, getting the economy going. This is good for the economy, it's good for the environment. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. Yeah. No, really can't be in writing. So effectively, this ties into the Gawler train line reopening, which I believe will be in April. So we have a bit of fanfare around that and use that. It won't just be around of the Gawler train line. It's encouraged that it be used with all train lines or bus routes into the city. Not through the city, but into the city. It's about getting people here, spending the money here. So it gives quite a bit of flexibility to the administration about how we will do that, working with the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, creating initiatives and looking for ways of just encouraging people in. And at that, because I can't read my own handwriting, I will recommend it through.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Snape. Councillor Mackie, you the seconder?
Yes, I'll reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Kieran?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. Very happy to support this. I think it is a timely motion. I think in general, since COVID began, we've had rolling series of catastrophes for businesses and for city life in terms of people coming to the city. Any form of transport that people choose to take to the city should be encouraged. And we should be agnostic about how people choose to come to the city, but we should encourage them to come. And I think that at the moment what we have seen is what we have seen, Acting Lord Mayor, is a decline in public transport use. I think it's obviously, it's plainly because people aren't catching public transport because of fear of catching COVID. They are resorting to driving and traffic has consequently become much worse than it was before the pandemic. So anything to encourage people to go back to public transport is a good thing because it has been a victim of COVID. I'm happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kira. Members, any other discussion on this? Councillor Knoll.
Just a quick point to it. All of these sorts of activities are enabling people to come into the city easier. Certainly, that's certainly very commendable. I think the main issue we do have is that, and all of the promotions that we are trying to do through the city is about giving them a reason to come here. Just because you have the ability to get here in a more convenient way, but if you don't have a purpose, that's the bit that'll make the difference. And this is only just an add-on. And I think the main issue is about ensuring and encouraging and enabling people to have the reason to come to the city. And I mean, it's nice that we can have a public transport month, which is certainly, I'm all for people using every means by which they come to the city. But, you know, it's not going to serve that purpose simply because the transport isn't the reason why you come to the city. It's for all the things that we are delivering.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, if there's no other discussion, I'll go back to Councillor Snape to sum up. Councillor Snape?
Sorry, summed up.
Members, all those for the motion? All those against? Can we record that as unanimous, please? Thank you. Members, the next item is 17.15, but I'll be withdrawing that and bringing that back when I join you on the floor. 17.16 is the following motion, which is Councillor Martin, Adelaide Economic Development Agency.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, I have read the administration's...
Do you have a seconder on this one? Yep, sorry, go on.
You sure?
Well, if you've got a seconder, unless you want to withdraw it.
I was just going to say, I've read the administration's response, and it seems that we are required to publish in the Government Gazette, so that's good enough for me. I will then withdraw the motion.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Members, that takes us to item 18, motions without notice. Do we have any motions without notice? Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you. I propose that Council resolves, and I'm happy to hand the paper to the administration. I'll read it first. Resolves that any elected member or member of staff who is the subject of any integrity agency investigation into allegations of personal wrongdoing in the performance of their duties will not be eligible for legal assistance provided and paid by the City of Adelaide unless such assistance has the prior approval of the Council.
Is this time sensitive?
Yes, I think it is. I'm happy to go into confidence and explain why, if you'd like me to do so. But I also remind the Deputy Lord Mayor...
Second, Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin will need to assess the full implications of such a motion. So if I can ask you to bring it back on notice for the next council meeting?
Chair, there is no provision for the presiding member to reject a motion on the basis...
Yes, there is. If it's sensitive, if it's time sensitive...
Where does it say that in the standing orders?
Just 1 second. So, for your reference, page 89, part 10, 221.
Well, there is no part 10, note 9, 10.
No, so part 10, so it's, if you go to point 221 on page 89, you will see it on there.
Yep.
And it essentially says, noting regulation 12.6 below, motions without notice should be limited to matters that are time sensitive.
And this is time sensitive, extremely time sensitive. I'm happy for the meeting to go into confidence, for me to explain why.
The second component to 221, sorry, Councillor Kerr, just give me 1 minute, please. The second component to 221 is that it would not require input from the administration to inform the decision-making process or the expenditure of funds.
But there's no expenditure of funds, it's saving of funds, and it doesn't require input from administration. This is a proposal from the floor of council striking policy for the administration.
Okay, well, what I will ask is I'll ask governance to clarify this for me. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, there are implications for this in that, as you have quoted part 221, where it says would not require input from the administration, it is not clear, based on what I heard the motion to be, as to whether there is an entitlement for staff in the first place. And that's something that we would actually have to look into. And if it were the case where there was such a set of circumstances. I couldn't point to it at the moment, but I suspect that we would have to come to council anyway. It would not necessarily be a case of that it could be decided operationally. And therein, I think, is supporting evidence that this proposed motion requires input and advice from the administration in order for council to make an informed decision.
Chair, I respectfully disagree. This is about the floor of council determining the policy of the council and the administration.
And you can bring this back to the next meeting, Councillor
No,
Martin.
it's time sensitive. It needs.
I'm sorry, Councillor Martin. I'm not going to accept this. So you can either bring it back to the next council meeting, if you wish, or take it offline and discuss it with administration later.
Well, Chair, I move that the chamber dissents from your ruling.
This is my ruling, so thank you, Councillor Martin.
No. I'm saying I move that the chamber dissents from your ruling.
But that can't be challenged.
Yes, it can. No. You accepted it previously, and moreover, if you go to standing orders,
that was on the point of order, not on an actual motion or accepting of a motion. That was on a point of order.
This is a point of order. The standing orders, you say, require me to bring this back.
I think you're confused, Councillor Martin. We're talking about this motion that you're trying to bring. So, like I said, please bring it to the next agenda, to the next meeting. Give administration the time. Get them to have a look at it.
I don't think you understand. You're
I don't think I understand,
saying
Councillor
that
Martin.
according to standing orders, matters that are only time sensitive can be brought forward. I'm saying to you this is time sensitive. You are saying it's not. I am saying...
There's two components, time sensitive and whether if there is input from administration.
Yeah,
there is no...
Councillor Kerr, I'll come to your point of order in just a second.
Where does it say...
Why don't I stop you right there, Councillor Martin, and ask governance to come back and clarify. Thank you.
Can I ask
thank you, Councillor Martin.
specifically...
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Please, for 1 second. Thank you, Mick.
Through you, Deputy Lord Mayor, the Local Government Procedures at Meetings Regulations 2013, Section 12, Part 6 reads, the presiding member may refuse to accept a motion without notice if, taking into account the guiding principles, he or she considers that the motion should be dealt with by way of a written notice of motion. And that's exactly what's happening. The presiding member is making that decision, and there isn't an option for debate. You have raised a motion without notice, and the presiding member has actually delivered a ruling, and therefore the motion has to be put to the next meeting of council as a written motion of notice.
Thanks, Mick.
Well,
thank you, Councillor Martin.
Deputy Lord Mayor, this is appalling that this matter is being deferred in this way.
That's your opinion. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Snape, did you have a motion without notice?
I move that in celebration of International Women's Day, Council moves its portrait of its second ever female Lord Mayor, Jane Lomax-Smith, into the Council chamber. And it's time sensitive because it's in commemoration of International Women's Day. Today is International Women's Day.
Councillor Snape, I'm told that there is an existing council decision and there is a plan in place which I believe the Civic Recognition Working Group have looked at. So we won't be able to take this on board now.
Could I have information as to what that is? Sorry, just
the actual plan itself.
Yeah. What's? Yeah.
So you go.
I moved a motion that it go in and it was defeated, so therefore there's a new motion.
I'll be fine you bringing that motion, Councillor, but I'll get the CEO here.
Chair.
Councillors,
Through the
thank you,
through
CEO.
the presiding member, there was a plan brought into the chamber that council endorsed, which includes the Wendy Chapman portrait. That plan is being implemented, and I would need to revisit that plan and bring that back. So I'm happy to take this on notice and provide council with that for them to make an update to an existing council decision if they wish to vary it.
Thank you.
I don't believe
Thank you.
I don't believe that's necessary if a decision is made from council. There's no financial implication.
No. So there's already a plan in place. We already have a council decision, and so we won't take this now. But Councillor Snape, if you want to bring it on the agenda for next month. On the
I'm
next month.
not asking for anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I said, you're more than welcome to bring it in next month. So, thank you, members. Any other items? Any other motions? Thank you, Councillor Snape. Thank you. Any other motions without notice? Be it that there's none, we will move on to option.
I'll do one more.
Number 9. We've already moved on to items number 9 and 10.
No, I've got another motion without notice.
Councillor Snape, we have moved on to items 9 and 10. I asked multiple times if there are any other motions without notice.
Yes.
Councillor Moran.
This is very bad governance.
Please.
This is very bad governance from the chair. I must insist.
Thank you, Councillor Snape. Okay, members, we're going to items.
Deputy Lord Mayor,
9 and
I would
10.
like to move a procedural motion.
No, we're going to items 9 and 10.
I am moving a procedural motion. It requires your attention. It takes precedence.
1 second. Councillor Martin.
You accept the
procedural motion? Let's
procedural motion is noting the implications for health and safety. Council is adjourned until next Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. for further consideration of the agenda.
Just bear with me for 1 second, please.
Yes. Noting the implications for health and safety, and I'll add to that, of continuing to sit late into the night, Council resolves to adjourn for further consideration of the agenda until Tuesday, March 15th at 5:30 p.m. This, I'm happy to speak to it once it's understood.
Councillor Martin, did you have a seconder for that? Councillor Moran? Okay. What I might do is just ask the CEO to provide some commentary on the order of the agenda.
Deputy Lord Mayor, there is no speaking permitted.
Yes, there is. Yes,
there is no speaking permitted to procedural motions.
Councillor Martin, please leave this with me. We just need to look at the agenda has obviously been rearranged, and what we need to do is we need to make members aware of certain items on the agenda. So just bear with me for 1 second, please, and I'll have the CEO provide that clarification.
Centering the debate.
Thank you. Did you want to clarify, Jenny? Or?
Sorry, thank you, Claire. Sorry, just to clarify, it's not a formal motion, it's a motion off the floor, so that's the difference between, that's why.
Thank you, Jenny. And through the presiding member, I would just ask council members to consider in confidence tonight 2 items that are time sensitive, and I would ask members to consider whether they would be able to discuss those items tonight.
Deputy Lord Mayor, in light of the CEO's input, I'm prepared to amend that to include after consideration of the confidential items. So agreed, noting the implications for continuing council resolves to adjourn for further consideration of the agenda after consideration of or after voting on the confidential items in the agenda until Tuesday 15th of March at 5:30 p.m.
We've got after consideration in 2 different places.
Well, I think I said after voting on the 2 confidential items. So the second consideration becomes voting. Voting on the 2 confidential items.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Moran, as the seconder, are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Okay. All right, let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? Yep, that's carried. Okay.
Don't we get to speak to it? No.
Okay, members, let's go to item 11, exclusion of the public. Okay, members, we have 2 items presented with a request for consideration and confidence. Each item will require a motion and a decision to order the exclusion of the public to enable consideration and confidence. So, councillors, can I have a mover and a seconder for a motion to order the exclusion of the public for item 12.1, assignment of lease? Councillor Mackie, seconder. Councillor Moran. Councillor Mackie, did you wish to speak? Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak? Any discussion on this? No. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Councillors, can I have a mover and a seconder for a motion to order the exclusion of the public for item 12.2, U-Park leasing matter? Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Moran. Seconder? Councillor Mackie. Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak? Councillor Mackie? Members, any discussion on this? No? Let's take that to a vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. Okay, members of the public and staff, thank you for your attendance. Members of the public and staff not associated with items 12.1 and 12.2, please leave the council chamber. The streaming will now cease whilst council considers these items on the agenda. The meeting will reopen and streaming recommence at the conclusion of the last confidential item. Thank you. Members, it is 9:42 p.m. and I will close that meeting. Thank you.